Yes. Can you hear
I
me?
can hear I can hear just fine. How are you, sir?
I'm good. You see, I put this on for you.
I love the jacket. Yes, very,
This
very good.
is
Yeah.
this is the original from the set, Batman set. But anyway, this was given to me on the set. Yeah. But
Yeah. Was that for the just the stunt crew, or was it
yeah, that was from Jumpy. This is from Jack Nicholson. You see that one?
uh,
This is from this is from that was from Jack Nicholson,
mhm.
and he gave just the cast because I was one of the goon, and I was like, wow, that's a seven, no, $800 jacket. And that was years ago because he made so much money,
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson. So I was like, man, I'm not going to wear that. I kept it anyway. Yeah.
Oh yes, lovely thing to have. Yeah, I think you had a lucrative deal with the film, shall we say. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's that's very nice. Well, we'll touch on, of course, Jack Nicholson and Batman as we sort of go along. So
Yeah.
thank you, Philip, for wanting to talk to me about Batman and your career. That's very very kind of you.
Oh,
Um,
you're welcome. I don't
I just
normally
want.
I don't give interview at all about it because it's just a lot of, personal things.
Mhm.
But I see a lot of people have dropped dead and a lot of the crew and cast and just lost a friend of mine who literally I was with him for 3 weeks before he passed was the double from Batman, stunt double called David Lee. He just passed away, and
Mm.
um, and then Sean McKay passed away years ago. He was the other Batman double, and I
Yeah.
was like, man, so all these people are just they're gone. You know what I mean? So I said, you know, at least while I'm still here, I could do some interview.
Oh well, yeah, that's a very nice attitude to have. In films where, sadly, disproportionately, a number of actors or crew seem to disappear, and Batman, unfortunately, seems to be, as you alluded to, one of those films which is kind of being eroded away in terms of the people involved, which is obviously very, very sad.
Yeah.
So first of all, Phil, I wanted to ask you why you got into the film business. Did you always want to do that, and how it kind of came into your life?
So basically, I was a gymnast and in the UK, and I was uh, at least in the under 18 national champion, gymnastics, tumbling, and then I broke my wrist. At that time, I was in a British team, British junior team, and then I broke my wrist, and then I didn't stop training. I kept tumbling, and my scaphoid, which is the bone in my wrist here, started wearing out. And because I didn't
Mm.
see the doctor, I didn't want to stop training, and so eventually I got it pinned. And once I got it pinned, I came back to gymnastics. I wasn't the champion anymore because I couldn't do pommel horse, I couldn't do parallel bars. So I decided to, I've always had a martial art background. I decided to go into martial art. So within a few short years, I was the national Taekwondo champion, WTF. And then I went into Muay Thai, then went into kickboxing. And, and I became a champion in England again. And I said, I like to do things, I just feel like I'm a sports guy. I like to do things physical. And then I got into dancing, and then I was the seven-time dancing champion in UK as well. So I guess physically, and I trained to be a gymnastic teacher in Watford College, and there was a interview for short Asian guy that can do martial art, acting, and dancing and gymnastics, and it was in the newspaper, and I said, "Hey, Leo, I'm gonna go try for this." And I didn't know who it was. And they said, "Look, we picked you and your brother, and then there's another guy called Serge Julien. There's three of us in the UK, and they need six people." So we went to France for the final interview to meet the actor, and we can't tell you who it is. And I'm like, this is crazy, right? And anyway, even if they told me, I probably won't know who it is anyway. And they said eventually we get there, and they said, "Look, it's for Peter Sellers. And I go, who? You know, who the hell is Peter Sellers? Like, I don't even know what he looks like, you know. I don't watch his movie. I work in restaurants and I train and work in my dad's restaurant. That's it. So he said he's not going to come today, you know. So you all waited for 2 hours for nothing. He said, all right, go downstairs. The chauffeur is going to pick you up, take you to the hotel, and that's it. You know, tomorrow you're going to come back in for the interview. I said, okay, fine. And then this guy comes along, you know, and he is disguised. He is Peter Sellers, but he's old and he's got beard and he's like, hello, monsieur, who are you waiting for? And he speaks in a French accent. and it was Peter Sellers, but I didn't know, right? So he's like, I said, I'm waiting for Peter Sellers, but he's not going to show up today. So I guess you're the chauffeur. Pick us up to take us to the hotel, me and my brother. He goes, oh, yes. You don't know Monsieur Sellers? I said, no. You never seen Inspector Clouseau? I said, no. What the hell is that? You know, Pink Panther? I said, no. I said, I am Peter Sellers. And I said, yes. And I'm Bruce Lee, you know. and he's like, you're a funny guy. You're funny, you know. And he was just chatting to me, you know. And I said, I heard he's really strange. He said, oh, how so? We said, well, we're told not to talk to him. Don't look him in the eye when you're talking to him. Don't wear color purple because it's bad luck. He gave us like 10 different things, right? And I said, you know what? He goes, what do you think about this, Monsieur? About Monsieur Sellers giving you, 10 different things. And I said, look, if Monsieur Sellers don't like me, he can piss off. I'm going back to the UK. And he said, you are very funny, Monsieur, very funny. And so finally, the chauffeur comes. He said, Monsieur Sellers, would you like to leave now for the hotel? And he goes, you see, I told you, mate, because I'm waiting for an English guy, right? This is a French guy with a French accent. And he goes, all right, mate. He goes, you're hot. He goes, you guys are hired. I said, I thought I've got the sack, you know. He said, I thought, that's it. We're done, you know. I didn't know he was Peter Sellers. He was in disguise. And that's how my career started. Basically, we didn't go back to the UK. My brother and I worked in France, Paris, to make Fu Manchu with Peter Sellers and Helen Mirren and Stratford John and John LeMassurier and all the top, and Burt Kwok. And that's how I started. I did 1 year with him in Paris, made a ton of money. And I was like, dude, I'm doing gymnastics, martial art. I'm in a movie. I'm making money. I said, maybe this is what I want to do now. That's how it started.
Yeah. Oh, that's one. Yeah, Peter Sellers is always known for being quite tricky with certain people. So it's great that you had a nice little bit rapport with him.
After 1 year, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, go ahead.
No, after 1 year of doing what I enjoy, I don't feel like I'm working. I feel like I'm having fun. I go and play. I go do flips, and man, we're doing gymnastics. We never got paid. We're real British amateur, right? So the British amateur is you pay for your own shit, you pay for your own clothes, you pay for your own travel to compete for England, to wear the English badge, which is the English rose, and the flag, right? The British flag. And I'm like, somebody has to pay for this, right? So we can go and compete for England. They said, no, we're British amateur. This is like 1979. And I was like, 76 to 79 to 80. And I was like, dude, I've got to do sponsorship myself and do some flips. I've got to do like 150 flips, get 25 cents. And then, I'll make some money. And then I can travel to Germany to represent England. And I said, there's nothing in it. There's no money. And we work hard. We got to work and we train 3-4 hours a day competing with the Russian. And so I said, I'm going to give it a go, in the movie industry. So I started doing acting, trained at the Actor Center, City Lit School of Speech and Drama for 3 years. And I was terrible at it, actually. And then I got really good. And then I finished and got a TV series called Albion Market, Granada TV, which I did like 56 episodes. But while I'm doing all this stuff, I was still doing stunts, right? And then I met, Vic Armstrong on Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, because I was doing the fight choreography, and Spielberg's asked me to do this, and training that little Key Kwan, who's now won the Oscar. He was like a little kid at the time. I think he was like 11 at the time. And I was, still very young. I was 19 or something. And we haven't seen each other in years. We just bumped into each other again in the United States. And it's almost like we never left. You know what I mean? He goes, Farrellton. I said, Key. I said, it's been, I don't know how many years. I said 27 years. He goes, no, it's 38 years. I was like, what the hell? And so I got into that because Vic Armstrong said, look, if you're going to do stunts, choreography, whatever, you got to be in the stunt unit. So I started training with a guy called Simon Crane, who did all the, big movies like James Bond. And we used to be in the same gymnastic club, Hendon Sports Center. And a bunch of us, Jeff Davis was a national champion. He's now in stunts as well. And so we started doing stunt, and it took several years of training. And eventually, after Indiana Jones, Willows, and, Empire the Sun, I did choreography on that. And also the original Batman, which kind of like put me on the map. You know what I mean? So anyway, go ahead.
What was Empire of the Sun like? What was the
amazing. Christian Bale was he was just a kid at the time. So same thing. Spielberg would say, listen, you need to, keep an eye on him, make sure he's good. Christian Bale, this guy's an amazing actor. And I want you to do some choreography, the Japanese fighting with sticks and everything. And so, I did that for Spielberg, because I did the already Temple of Doom for a few months. And those two, both the movie was very famous. And then, that was, come on, you're working with Spielberg, it was the same thing. I didn't know who Spielberg was at the time, because in those days, there is no social media where you could check people out, go on IMDb, you could check them out. And I've never met him. And he came on a set with a guy called Robert Watts, who's the producer. And Robert said, look, this is Steven, and he's our director of the next movie. And, I know you're a national Taekwondo champion. Can you teach, this kid, Key, that's how I met Steven. And I said, who are you? He goes, I'm Steven. I said, you're the director? He goes, yeah. I said, you're a bit young, aren't you? He goes, yeah. He was like 32 or something, 33. I was like, I don't know how old I was, maybe 21, 22, something like that. And he goes, but he didn't say, I did this and I did Jaws. And he didn't say Steven Spielberg. If he just said that, I probably would have known who he was. But later on, we found out, and so that's how it all started. And, then he came and asked me to do, Empire of the Sun. And I bumped into him again. I haven't seen him in a long time. That's two movies. Just recently, I bumped into him at the DGS, and I'm now in the Director Guild of America. And he sees me, and he recognized me immediately. He's like, Phil, how you doing? He said, we should do another one, I said, we started talking, and he said, we should do another one. I said, there'll be 3 in a row, man. I said, you're the boss. You just say, we go to work, we go to work. But anyway, he didn't get to direct Indiana Jones, unfortunately. So I never got to work with him again. But, I've learned so much from him. It's not even funny,
Did you work on Minority Report?
Yes, I did. Very quickly, not many days. Yes, I did. I worked on that. Yeah, that was good too.
And what were I was wondering what Tom on that, and if so, what you thought of him as a?
Oh, he's a great actor. I mean, he's a hard working guy, dude. I worked with him on that one, and then when I did another one as well. He was a killer. He works hard, man. That guy would run like they had a camera. He would run 100 meters, and literally he would run 100 meters, and he would do take after take after take. you know, as the killer, and he would never complain. He's like a machine. He's like a, you know, he's like some people will go, well, just let me run 50 feet, you know. You go, no, I want you to run like 150, 200 feet, and almost 100 meters. It's like the they had like the Steadicam operator, which is the guy in the camera following him, and they were like burnt out. They're like, I can't do another one. I got to rest. Tom's like, let's go again. I'm not they're not carrying a 40-pound camera, you know, but still, you know, he's probably, if Tom was to be a stuntman, I would say he'll probably be one of the best stuntmen in the world. You know, there's not many people that do their own stunts, like action stuntman. You know, my son is an actor who was the star of Mortal Kombat, Louis Tan, and I know he does his own stunt because I train him to do his own stunts for years. You know, so now he's the star of Mortal Kombat, and you know, he did Deadpool 2, and then he's doing Mortal Kombat 2 coming up soon. But they got shut down because of the strike, you know. But he's, you know, did Shadow and Bone and the second season and Into the Badland, you know, Wu Assassin. So he's coming up very, very big in Hollywood, you know. But he does his own stunt. There's not many people, just got to say, you know, that do their own action, you know.
Oh, yes, I suppose also for insurance purposes, that the companies don't want people doing too many of the.
No. When you insure for $20 million or more, you know, and they are freaking out, but you're not going to stop Tom. Tom's going to do what he wants to do because he feels like he can do it. And he's not just doing his own stunts. He trains. If they're going to do a driving scene, he will train, you know, he will train very hard for driving, you know, like Keanu Reeves right now, you know, John Wick 1, 2, 3, and 4. And he did a lot of his own action. You know, there's a couple of things they won't let him do. Like if he's going to get run over by a car, they're like, hey, we can't get him. But if he's driving, then they'll let him do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, because he could drive. I mean, they train for months of training. You know, it's not like they're just letting him do it just because he's a nice guy, and they got to know that 99.9% of the time he's going to be okay. You know what I mean? So that comes from training. That's not coming from your desire to do something. You know, a lot of actors desire, oh, I'll just do my own stunt, and then they'll trip over and break their arm or shoulder or whatever because they're not coordinated. You know what I mean? Some people are just good at it, you know, because they work hard and train. And you know, Tom used to parachute to work on Days of Thunder every day, and the producers are going freaking out every day. He'll parachute into the set, you know. I'm not making this stuff out. This is all real, you know. And they all freaking out. What are you doing, Tom? You can't do this, you know. And he flies his own airplane, you know, jumps out of the airplane, and so yeah.
Did you find Harrison Ford was particular? Because I know Harrison Ford, you know, as a pilot as well. Was he also quite eager to do stunts from what you could gather?
Yes, he definitely. I mean, he's a, you know, obviously I haven't worked with him in years, but when we were doing Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, yeah, I mean, he tries to do his own stunt, most of it, you know. And then at that time in Indiana Jones, I think Vic Armstrong was also the stunt coordinator and also his stunt double. But so Vic will do some stuff as well, you know. But he tries to do everything. I mean, he tries to do all his own fighting and everything because he's very physical, right? So he tries to do a majority of the action until, you know, you have to fall into something, and then there's an element of him getting hurt. So then the stunt double will come in, you know. But Harrison, he's a very physical guy. You're gonna have to. Sometimes you have to tell him, look, I don't want you to do this. You know what I mean? Because there's definitely there's a chance you could get hurt, you know. And you have to literally tell actors, no, sorry, you know, let the stunt guy do this first, and you look at it, and then you tell me if you could do it, you know, and maybe we'll do it slowly so you could just do all the close-ups and everything. Yeah, he's another one, you know, that wants to do as much as they can, you know.
Yeah, because I think he did have a back injury, I think, on Temple of Doom, and they come in and do some bits at the time.
Yeah, say it again. You kind of faded.
I believe that Harrison had a back injury during Temple of Doom, and Vic had to come in to do some bits and pieces, long shots
Yes.
to keep him going.
Yes.
Were you aware of that? Yeah.
Yes, that is true. Yeah. When you're doing your own stuff all the time, and it's a long shoot, it's like 6 months, and you're constantly, especially when the action sequence, it's very, very tiring. Action movie. That's why not many people do action movie, because it's very tiring for actors. And it takes a lot out of you physically, not just emotionally, but physically. Yeah.
And I wanted to mention working with Christopher Lambert on Greystoke. Do you remember that at all?
Yeah, I was on it for 1 year and 2 months, and I had to train him physically, and they didn't want me to train him like a weightlifter. They wanted me to train him to be more like a gymnast, and more like a guy who actually lived in the jungle and had to, swing from branch to branch. And so I had to train him at the YMCA, and he had glasses on, he has a French accent, long hair, and everyone's like, this is the next Tarzan. People hear, they hear people talk, and they're like, why is Phil training him? And so by the time I finished with him, he literally was doing handstand dips, right? Like 50. He would do 50 chin-ups, right? He would do 100 press push-up in one go, like 100. And that's hundreds and hundreds of sit-ups. So he was cut to shred, right? And then then we had to go through ape school. So we had to teach him how to walk like apes, right? And there was a bunch of us, that trained together, like 20 of us. John Alexander was one of them, and Dave Foreman, who's now stunt coordinator in big movies now. Myself, and we had to, look at, James Goodall's video, and watch how the language, had to do the language of ape. And that was from start to finish. I'm not kidding. It was 1 year and 2 months. Yeah, it was. Wow. They built a jungle that if I hit somebody over the head and they don't look up, they just look forward, sideways. It was a jungle. Like the British, I mean, I don't know how they do the their craftsman is just phenomenal. It's like in the jungle in African forest, Yeah. You can get lost. It was like almost a mile long, Like, yeah, it's crazy, dude.
I assume nowadays you wouldn't spend a year on a film. It's probably a lot quicker making films now.
Not now, because depending on if it's a big budget, like I did Pirates 2 and 3, and we spent 2 years on there. So from start to finish was literally 2 years, But we did 2 movies back to back, So I was also one of the fight choreographer with Tom DePong, and we have a top stunt coordinator as well. And we would, do some choreography, do some previouses, see if it works. And we just look at it, just look to see if it looks good, and then if it looks good, we show it to, the stunt coordinator would show it to the director, and he would approve, and then we do it with a stunt double, obviously, and then we teach it to Johnny, Johnny Depp. So that process was a long rehearsal process, and then the shooting schedule was long as well. But those big movies, I mean, they had big budgets, $100 million budget. So the studios still do it, a bit Marvel and stuff like that. It's still a long process. But generally, the independent movies, that most people make, which is the smaller, low budget stuff. No, they don't go through. They, literally I do movies where I shoot the movies in 10 days, which I've done. I just produced and did the Commando with Mickey Rourke. That was like a 10-day shoot,
Yeah.
I did all the action and everything. Yeah, it's like 10 days, quick. Normally it's like 20, 25 days, but it's the low budget stuff. But yeah, we don't have that kind of time. You know what I mean?
And did you find Johnny Depp was quite receptive to what you wanted from him? Was he good to work with?
Yeah, he was great. I mean, I don't work under I'm in charge of certain group of people, like the Asian pirates and stuff like that. And then, gives idea for choreography. And I would do we won Tom DuPont. We choreographed an action sequence in 2006 and we won best fights in the World Fight Award, the World Stunt Award. But there's a category for fights, Yeah, I mean, Tom, yeah, he would come in and he would learn his stuff and, he would do all his acting and the action, but his stunt double was a guy called Theo Kipri, and he was like London fencing champion. And Theo is from London, and he's world trampoline champion. So when you see his action, he actually was doing double front somersault on the pole vault, and that was Theo. And that's very, very dangerous. You're tying somebody's hand behind his back, and you're having him do double front somersault with a pole to land on the other side, like 25 feet, 30 feet away. It's very, very dangerous. If he makes a mistake, he could face plant his face into the other side of the cave, You could break a neck,
Yeah.
So you gotta know your stuff. You gotta know how to do the action. It's not CG. We don't CG, that was a lot of practical, effects. So yeah, you gotta be like really good in the air and also with sword, Yeah, that was Theo Kipri. A lot of these people, they don't really do interviews, so you don't know who they are. You know what I mean? But he doubled Johnny for like 7 years, I would say. 7 years. Yeah.
Well, yeah. You did have an acting role in 3 episodes of Doctor Who with Peter Davidson. I just wondered if Doctor Who was.
He was one.
I was wondering if Doctor Who was a good experience. One to tick off the list, as it were.
Oh yeah, come on, man! It's like that's a historic. I mean, I've been in. Really thank God, because I've been very blessed with being in the front line of things. You know what I mean? Like, working with Doctor Who, working with the Batman before Batman, Michael Keaton's Batman, so I got to work with some of these incredible people. I mean, come on, Jack Nicholson. I mean, I sit next to him every day for 6 months while he's putting on the Jack Nicholson Joker's face. And I sit next to him every day, for, like his makeup is like 2 hours, 3 hours. So he's there literally like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And then I see him and my makeup is pretty fast, but I always talk to him and you get to work with him, and I'm one of his goon, right? So, I mean, come on. He's a legend, man. That guy is so cool, and he would give me tips. I had to go for an audition and Madam Butterfly, and I asked him to help me get the role of Madam Butterfly, right? And Anthony Hopkins was going to star in it. It's going to be a play in London. I didn't get it, but I got the understudy because of Jack. He taught me how to act, as this role. And I was playing like a woman and then a man, and he gave me some tip, and he auditioned with, helped me, right? I mean, come on, man. Who the hell am I? Phil Tan, I'm a nobody compared to Jack Nicholson. But he would give you the time of day and just help you try to get a role. But anyway, I got the role as an understudy. I didn't do it because I got a movie called Tango and Cash in Los Angeles, and to work with Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell. so I took that role instead, but
Yeah.
it was Jack that helped me. Um, I can't say anymore. And then we did the premiere in Los Angeles, and I started hanging out with him, and he's so cool, man. He's just so low key, you know what I mean? He's not like, oh, I'm Jack Nicholson, you got to talk to me, and I don't know what it is, but the wannabe actors that are so stuck up, and then the real people like Jack Nicholson, Michael Keaton, the legends, Spielberg, they're like so easy. Even George Lucas is like so easy. I'd work with him on Willow. He was really low key,
Yeah.
really easygoing. Ron Howard, easy go. And then you got the wannabe people. You're like, I won't mention any name, but they are like a pain in the ass to work with. I was like, dude, this guy's a nobody. Why is he so
Yeah.
difficult? I don't. I guess because they know who they are. They're already a big film stars. They're just normal people. They want to be treated normally,
Yeah.
So I guess that's probably why,
Well, yeah, I always find that people who know they're talented and they're successful, they don't feel like they've got anything to prove, so they are very approachable. Whereas those that perhaps have got perhaps more confidence and talent, maybe they're a bit self, maybe they get a
Yes,
bit arrogant and they can become a bit difficult, perhaps.
yes, I think so. Yeah, I think I've worked with very, very high budget movies with big, big actors, and I've worked with very, very low budget actors, and I always think like it's easier to do low budget because you can get to do what you want to do, but then it's not easy because it's very, very difficult. Like I directed a movie called Bloodsport 2 years and years ago. Like I put it on record. I directed the movie. So if you go online and you Google, it says directed by Alan Moraes. Okay. I never said this online before, but I'm telling you, this is what happened, right? I directed the movie, stunt coordinate, fight coordinate, second year direct, and then was choreographed like literally 38 fight sequence. And we shot the whole
Wow.
movie. It was very, very quick, like 10 days or something. And we were shooting on films, right? So, and then at the end of the movie, Alan Moraes, who's the producer, he never directed one scene in the entire movie. He said, hey, can I have the credit, man? I said, why would you want the credit? You didn't direct the movie. Well, my dad, it'll make me look good. And my dad's got a lot of money, a few $100 million. We can do Bloodsport 3 and 4. Come on, help me out here. You know what I'm saying? And I said, okay, fine. You know what? I was so tired, brother. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I just want to go to sleep. I haven't slept in like 2 weeks. So I said, in my head, I was like, the movie's not going to do well. And so, because it only cost like $500,000 to do, and it was short. We were supposed to have like 3 weeks to shoot everything or longer, but we lost a week because we didn't have visas in Thailand because Alan didn't apply for the visa. So we got thrown out of Thailand at gunpoint and we went to Singapore. So we lost a week. So when we came back, I thought we had 2 weeks to shoot everything. He said, no, you got 1 week or I'm going to tell everybody you ruined Bloodsport 2 and then it'll be your fault. He said, Phil, you finish it or, I'm going to blame you, And I was like, oh, I can't believe this. So, okay. So thank God I had some good people around me. And one of them was Chad Stahelski. So you know who he is, right? Chad Stahelski. He did, John Wick 1, 2, 3, and 4. He's the director. So that was his second movie and the first paid movie he's ever done. So he was also helping out with some choreography, and he's also an actor in the film. And that was when I met him. So I was like, man, this kid's talented. And then there was another guy called Steve Martinez, who is a military guy who is Chad's sensei, Chad Stahelski's sensei from the Danny and Santo camp and Bruce Lee's top student. So he has like 9 different martial art skill. And he doesn't talk about himself, but I'm giving him homage today because he's amazing. He's like an encyclopedia of martial art. He trained with Jean LaBelle. Richard Bastello, the Gracie, the Machado. He's the top student of all those system, and Bruce Lee top student. Bruce Lee only gave like, I think, 3 black belts to 3 different people. Of course, Danny is one of them, and Richard Bastello, and then Steve Martinez. It's like an encyclopedia of action, of 9 or 10 different martial arts. So I'll say, Steve, give me some moves, brother. I'll need to break somebody's neck, but I want to make sure that it looks real. And have you done it before? He would just smile, and he would give me 10 different ways of breaking someone's neck. I was like, oh my God. It's so it's a team of people. It's not you, one person. There was Jeff Wolf was there, now one of the top second-year director in the world as well. There's a lot of, Gokor, who's now famous teacher, jiu-jitsu, grappling, top grappling, Russian grappler. So there's a lot of people involved in making a movie. It's not just you, you know what I mean? But you have to see everything. If you're the director, then you have to, then he's got Daniel Bernhardt, who is now in the 87-11. He's done more movies now. He's more famous now than before, because before he's starring in all the movies. Now he's playing lead bad guys in all the big movies, Daniel Bernhardt. And we're still all together. And then later on, Chad asked me to give David Leitch his SAG card. We were in Mexico at the time doing a low budget movie, and David Leitch showed up. In case the audience don't know who he is, he did Atomic Blonde. He directed Atomic Blonde, Deadpool 2, Hobbs and Shaw, on and on and on. I mean, he's one of the biggest producer in the world now, with him and his wife and Chad and John Wick 1. He co-direct John Wick. So those guys came in. I gave him his SAG card, and we're still together. I mean, we're still buddies and friends, but these guys are now becoming mega action director in the world, So it's good to work with people that are up and coming. I have a bunch of other guys that are going to be up and coming, like Arnold Chong is going to be another big action director later on. So I work with these people, and another guy called Fabian Garcia. He's going to be another amazing choreographer. I can't talk about it right now because, he's going to do some big $100 million movie coming up. But you're going to hear of his name later. This guy, these up and coming guys. Yeah. Like in the next year, Yeah.
Oh, good. That sounds fantastic. So another big director you worked with, of course, on Batman, Tim Burton. I don't know. What was Tim like to work with?
The guy's a genius, man. He's just a genius. I mean, he comes up with stuff, and you look at all his stuff. It's just one thing after another. He's definitely one of the most it's like there's good directors, and then there's creative directors. Like, he comes up with stuff, and you'll just look at it and go, how is that going to work? You know what I mean? But Tim, he's amazing. I mean, I worked with him on, I think, Planet of the Apes as well. Yeah. So that's, I saw him again on the set of Planet of the Apes, and we worked on that movie as well with Rick. I forget his name. I'll remember in a minute. Anyway, Tim. I mean, what can you say, man? He's a genius. I mean, there's not many. I'm just lucky. You know what I mean? Geniuses in this world. He's one of them. Like Spielberg, of course, he's a genius. We all know that. But Tim is just very, very creative. Yeah, I have a son like that. His name is Ben Tan, and you're going to hear him soon. And he's very creative. He's like a visionary director. You know what I mean? And my other son, Lewis, is not just a good actor, but Lewis is also going into directing as well now. Very creative, and people have seen his short film, and some of the biggest director, which I can't mention, they are like watching him and saying, hey, listen, we want you to direct something for us now. Maybe a $20 million movie. We saw your short film. We love it. And that'll be in the future, you know. And they called him in to the studio, just watching his short film. And they're like, we'll give you next time out when you're free, maybe next year, we'll give you a $20 million movie to direct something for us from Japan. Are you interested? And he goes, yeah, look, let me read the script. If I like it, I'll do it. My boys are not going to just do anything just because someone gives them a script, you know. They're going to do it because they feel for it. You know, you got to feel for the script, right? You got to like the script and that you are the right guy, you know. Sometimes you read something, a material, and you go, you know, I don't know if I want to do this. You know what I mean? Right? And you have to say no matter how much money they give you. Yeah. You have to, you know, have some integrity in your work, you know, to be a director. I'm talking about, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, would you like to go into directing? Do you have what you want to do, sort of, say, 10?
Yeah. So basically, since Bloodsport, because Bloodsport 2 took so much out of me, I didn't want to. I was like 25, 26 at the time. I did not want to direct anymore. Okay, because I was so tired, and I said, "This is not good." But then I did the movie, and I looked at it. It was, you know, around 10 days, and I was like, "Okay, maybe I shouldn't be directing 38 fight scenes in 10 days." But anyway, the movie went on to do like around $10 million, and it cost $500,000, I believe. And so, when I watched it now, even now, if I see it, it's still very good, right? So I was like, oh, that's pretty damn good. So, you know, Chad has a poster at his gym, the 87 gym. And he goes, yeah, that was good experience. You know, we learned a lot, you know, from the low budget stuff that we do, you know, but, and that's how you can go on to do bigger budget stuff. But yes, to answer your question, I have signed a deal to do LA Gangs, something I wrote, story about Blinky Rodriguez and Lily Rodriguez. In case you don't know who they are, it's the Benny the Jets family, and how he helped gang kids come out of gangs after his own son got shot in a drive-by. So they used to own the sports center called the Jet Center with Benny the Jet, you know. So I'm gonna do that movie because they're my sensei, you know. So, and it's a heartwarming action movie. Blinky will be executive producer with me, and I will be directing the movie and producing. And I wrote it already, so that's another. Yes, I've just signed to do that. So keep my fingers crossed. If everything goes well, we'll announce it soon. And an angel movie, action angel movie, that I've already signed to do as well. That one's like 25 mil, and then the other one's like around $15 million. So yeah, I mean, then we could do it properly. Now I don't have to like count the pennies and how many days shoot do we have, you know. I'm going to get it done properly. It's time, you know what I mean? I want to be able to fulfill my dream, which is to direct the movies I want to make, which is, you know, those two movies. And then, you know, and then we'll go from there. We'll see what happens after I've done those two, you know, and hopefully it'll do well, you know.
Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I wish you all luck with those projects.
Thank you.
Just going back to Batman for a moment. Shot at Pinewood Studios on the back lot, a very impressive Gotham City exterior set. I take it that left an impression on you.
Yes, it was like amazing, right? I mean, the British, there's something about the British. They just know how to do sets, you know? Like, you know, Indiana Jones was, Temple of Doom the set was built in England. And, you know, and then also, Empire the Sun, that was built in England. Then Greystoke, and I mean, these amazing sets. Willow, you know, I did Willow too. teach, Val Kilmer do some sword fighting. And so that was amazing set. You look around, you're like, wow. Return to Oz, those movies are like legendary, you know what I mean? Anyway, yes, the set was phenomenal. The only thing is, I could tell you, it was a lot of night shoot, man. Oh my God. Dude, it's like 6 months of freezing cold weather, freezing, right? And I had to do all these flips, at the end of on the bell tower. I had to do like 10 flips. That was me doing the flips. Almost killed me, man. I was like, man, again, do it again. They're like, I don't know how many takes we did, 8 takes, 10 takes. But every time we did it, it's like 8, 10, 15 backflips,
Right.
And then I had to do double front somersault, and you're freezing cold. And that was the thing which really got me, because it's the weather. The weather was, my God, you're fighting, you're dancing, and in the in Gotham, the city, it's freezing. But the set, oh my God. And Batman, I mean, I said, this movie is going to be like legendary. You know what I mean? Because when I saw the car, I was like, dude, there's nothing like this. And I didn't know that was kind of like the turning point. I know it's DC comic, but it was the turning point for all the superhero later, because of the success of Batman. I did not know that was going to happen. No one was thinking that far ahead at the time. We just knew we had something special, and we knew that this film is going to be big, but we didn't know how big it's going to be, But I had a feeling, because when I saw the set, I was like, wow, look at that. You know what I mean? This is amazing, And so what happened on set, the other thing is that a lot of people don't know, that they were running out of money. If you could ask me that, how on earth you're running out of money? The producers like, wow, we paid Jack Nicholson a ton of money, and we're running out of money. So, he's like, look, how the action happened, right? I'm going to tell you, this is what happened. This is the honest truth, right? I don't make this stuff up. I was messing around with a guy called George Cooper and Terry Plummer. George Cooper was like a boxer in England, heavyweight, champion.
Yes.
I was messing around with him, and he said, "Oi, Phil, mate, if I throw a punch, boom, like this, what can you do with your Muay Thai boxing?" And I said, "Okay, go ahead, throw a punch." So he threw a punch. I slipped and I kicked him in the leg, and then I kicked him in the face, and he was like, "Whoa, wait, mate, bloody hell, mate, you almost kicked me in the face." I said, "You asked me what I would do, so I'm telling you what I'll do. I'm gonna kick your leg, right? Make sure you can't walk, right? With Muay Thai boxing, I'll spin hook kick you, and you get close to me, I'm knee you in the face, elbow you in the face. Your elbow, you can use elbow." I said, "Yeah." Bang, boom. You're like, bang. I was like elbowing him, grab him, and he's like, and then he tried to hit me, so I did a butterfly spin, a butterfly, just for fun, because I was so cold. It's not because I was showing off. I was just messing around. And he's like, "Fuck me, Phil. How did you do that, man? How did you do that flip?" And then from a long distance is these producers, they're watching, right? He was watching John Peters, right? So he said, "Oi, come here. Come here." He's like, I said, "I'll go over there. We have the boys just walk over." We talked to John Peters, and he goes, "I just saw that flip and that spinning kick. Why are we not putting this on Batman?" This is American guys, I said, "Hey, man, I'm just a goon. You know what I mean? Don't talk to me about it. You want to talk to Eddie Stacy." So he talks to Eddie. He goes, "Listen, I want this thing in the movie. All right. And I'll whatever it takes, get this guy, get him going. I want him to choreograph some stuff." So Eddie came to me, and we worked it out, and he said, "Okay, fine." I said, "Look, I'm going to need like another guy. I needed like a really good martial artist. It's not that the other guy is not a great martial artist, but I need a specialist. Okay. If we're going to do something special." So I brought in a guy called David Lee, and he was Wing Chun, Kung Fu, Five Ancestors, Five Animal, and Joseph Chang student. Joseph Chang is Li Jing and him and Yip Man And Joseph was also a Shaolin monk. So he was the head of Wing Chun in the UK, right? In Chinatown. So at the time, so I said, okay, we're going to do some like close fighting and stuff because it's very hard to move in the bat costume. At the time it was made, it was like very heavy and very limited movement, you know, and it's not even easy just to do a front kick. It's just not. It's almost impossible, you know. But we did it. We managed to do a front kick and a side kick and everything. So we brought in Dave, and they, you know, they agreed to bring him in as a specialist. And then I put something together, which is the two sword, right? And and I had to bring in another guy called Master Sken Kabudan, and also, and so we put some stuff together, and then I did the fight with the two sword, okay, and then I had to, you know, it was actually me that got kicked, and I did a flip, landed on the floor as well, you know. So that was really hard because you're talking concrete, you know. It's not like, okay, it's Jackie Chan, easy for Jackie Chan because Jackie Chan is a specialist, right? Amazing martial artist. But in those days in England, they don't even see stuff like that. They don't see Jackie Chan spin, you know what I mean? Okay, or kick and do a flip. So we just put that together like in a day, just, you know, with me, Master Sken, Dave Lee, and we were shooting it already, like literally just thrown together, right? And that became an iconic scene. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyway, and the reason I'm telling you all this because it wasn't like, oh, we planned this in a script, we're gonna write it. John didn't care. He goes, look, just put some shit in there and make it look good, right? You know, I want this movie to be amazing. And so then they came up with the bell tower stuff as well, the sequence on the bell tower, and we did that as well, you know. And they were additional scene, okay, because Batman didn't have a lot of action. And how do we have Batman with very little action? Because they were running out of money. That's the reason, which I didn't know. You know, I was like, I talk about it now. It's like it's funny because, but anyway, we threw a bunch of scenes in there, and then, you know, but John Peters, Peter Grubel, you know, Mark Canton, who's at the time the head of the studio for production, you know, they are like also, I'm not, of course, Tim Burton, like they're good. They see something, they like it, they're gonna go with it. You know what I mean? Then you know, nowadays it's like it's difficult now to just create things that are new. You have to go through the director, producer, the actors got to approve, and it's a pain in the behind because by the time everybody's approved, you're not going to get a yes for 3 weeks, right? Whereas in those days, they would, like Spielberg, he doesn't go, hey, just show me what you got. I'll show it to him. Love it. Let's do it. He didn't even change anything. He's just like, we're doing it. You know what I mean? Looks good. Because he can see it looks good. You look at it and go, yeah, this looks good. You're a smart guy. And, you know, I'm also an actor from England. I did British theatre. I did a lot of nightclubs. I did 2 shows in front of the Queen, Royal Variety Performance. So I understand action. I also understand storytelling. You know, not a lot of stunt coordinators these days. You need to understand telling a story, and it fits the character. You can't just do action for the sake of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. You know, there was a movie a long time ago. I don't know what it's called now, but it was like I don't know if it's called The Four Musketeer. I did The Three Musketeer with Charlie Sheen and I. But The Four Musketeer, it was like all wushu, kung fu, butterfly full twist to splits, and it was supposed to be these musketeer in the 18th century, and they're doing butterfly full twist to splits. It doesn't work. You know what I mean? It just, you know, it's just wushu in 18th century in England. It just doesn't work. You gotta just do a little bit of wushu, a little, you know, like Willow, just flashy moves, so it still look authentic and not too Chinese looking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So sequel, Batman Returns, that was of course shot in Los Angeles, so very different from in terms of where it was back. What was Batman Returns like?
Yeah, it was great. So what happened was I was supposed to do Batman Return all the way through. I didn't do it all the way through. I did just a little bit of the fighting action sequence. In fact, I hired Benny the Jet on Tango and Cash, and then Benny hired me on uh, Batman Return, and he's asked me, me to come in and do some stuff for him, and also Michael Keaton as well. So and I got to work with Dave Lee again. So on the second one, that was good. But it wasn't like the whole sequence all the way through, because it was a different stunt coordinator, and they wanted to do it different ways. And I would have done it a different way because I'm a different stunt coordinator. I think differently from these guys, that they wanted to do it this way, and I wanted to do it this way. So I got to do a couple of sequences with Benny, the way we wanted to do it with the action and fighting and everything. So yeah, I mean, that was good. That was in Los Angeles, yeah.
So what sequences did you work on in Batman Returns?
It was the sequence with the clown. They were fighting the clown. It's so long ago, I don't remember now. But we were all
the
in the clown outfit
sequence.
Yeah. Yes, I'll show it to you because I think I took some pictures. I sent it to you online. I don't know if you got it, but one of the pictures is all the clown and Batman all lined up. With Benny the Jet is.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't think I've got the pictures. I'll have to check my email.
But... Oh, okay. I will send it to you. I'll email it to you or whatever, and then you guys can take a look at it. Behind the scene of the second Batman sequence.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah.
What was Michael Keaton like to work with?
Oh, man, he's amazing, dude. That guy is another bloody genius, right? Everybody knows how good he is. But yeah, he's easygoing, very, very easygoing, and he would just look at something and go, "Okay, that's good," and he's not going to question it. You know what I mean? Unless it's really bad, he'll be like, "Oh, listen, I don't think I could do this." But he's smart enough to go, "Look, this looks good. Let's do it." You know what I mean? He's not, and he's a lovely man. Lovely man. I can't say anything like he's. Like Jack, he's another legend in the business. One of the smartest, top, amazing actor, I believe, in the world. Michael is, I mean, come on. Look at Beetlejuice, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? All right? That guy is another level. There's different levels, you know what I mean? There's Anthony Hopkins level, Jack Nicholson's level, Michael Keaton's level. Then there's, then there's other levels, he's definitely a plus level of actors, and he class act too. He's a nice guy. He's not like difficult, he will listen to everything you have to say. If he likes it, he'll go done. If he doesn't like it, he'll say, okay, let's try to work it out and make it better. You know what I mean? With his character, But yeah, these guys generally, look, everybody wants to make action looks good, right? There's nobody that says, you know what, I don't want to make this good. Nobody says that, right? They go, I'm a choreographer. I want to make it the best that it could be. You're an actor. You want to make it the best that it could be. Am I right? That's how it should be. So they know we're professional. I know they're professional. And we work together as a team. That's how movies should be made. It shouldn't be, people doing this butt head all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you on Batman? Played Bob, a gentleman called Tracy Water. He played Bob the Goon, the Chief Goon.
Yeah. He's so good, man. That guy is such a great actor. He's another character actor, Tracy. Yeah. Yeah, I think I worked with him in Los Angeles again, in another movie. I forget which movie it's called now. But that guy's so good, man. Man, come on. That guy's like Another character actor, one of the best.
Oh yeah, yeah. Did you encounter Kim Basinger at all?
I have not seen her, in a long time. I
Yeah,
saw her. I did see her on a set of a music video a
yeah.
long time ago. Uh, I think it was they were shooting the Batman video. Because there was like
Mm.
uh, what's that guy's name? The singer from The Color Purple.
Oh,
Sorry,
Prince.
Prince. Yeah, they were doing like a
Mm.
music video. I saw her on that set, and many years ago. But I have not
Yeah,
seen her. No,
yeah.
so I
Did
don't know
did you get to
what's
meet
happened to her.
Prince at all?
Yes, I did. I got John
Mm.
Peters introduced me to Prince. It was lovely. He was very nice, very quiet guy, but he's very nice. And I actually got to meet him in his dressing room, which is really cool. You get to
Mm.
chat with these people, and and these people are icon, man. You know what I mean? You know, and
Mm.
so I got very lucky actually with in regards to uh, I used to do Top of the Pop. So I was a dancer on Top of the Pop for about 3 years. So we got to meet
Ah.
everybody, like Paul McCartney,
Mm.
the Eurythmic, Annie Lennox, Queen. We got to meet everybody. And we were
Mm.
spoiled, to be honest with you, because we have to have lunch with them and we have to dance when they're singing, at the time. And so these people are like, they're not going to be around very long. I mean, we're losing so many of them, but it was
Mm.
amazing, and I got to do, Missy Elliott music video, Get Your Freak On. I designed the action on there. I got to do uh, Shakira's music video, Pink music video, her first one. And
Mm.
so it was wonderful, and you get to, when you work with people behind the scene, you get to know them, and they're lovely people. Like I got to know Pink very well, and Pink's an incredible gymnast, and and she didn't think her song was going to be a hit, her first one, and she said to me, "Hey, can I be a stunt woman? Because I can do double back somersault. I used to be a gymnast." And I said, Pink, listen to me very carefully. This song is going to be a hit. You're never going to be a stunt woman. You're going to be a big star. You're going to be a singing star, big one. And she said, "How could you say that to me?" She said, "Because I've spent so much money. I don't know if this is going to be a hit. And if it's not, I'll be looking for work. Will you take me on as a stunt woman?" I said, "Listen to me. We're going to have this conversation again. This is the honest truth. I said this to her after I met her again. I said, so remember this conversation, right? This is going to be a hit. And if this song's not a hit, my name's not Phil Tan. That's it." And she looks at me and she goes, "Okay, I'm going to hold you to it." I said, "You'll see." So I ran into her again in, I was doing a Wesley Snipes movie. And on my birthday, some stunt guy gave me a pass, like a ticket to go to see Pink at the Dracula's castle. So I said to them, I listened to her. This is the first time I've ever seen her sing the whole song, the whole concert. I've only seen her, sing one song. That was it, right? It's a music video, the first one. So I didn't know how good she was. I was like, wow, this girl is talented. So I said, so we finished. And I said, I know where she's staying, in the hotel in the Dracula's castle. So I said, let's go say hello to Pink. And my friends are like, "Phil, stop it. Stop fucking around, right? You're dreaming. You don't know her, right?" I said, "Look, I know her. She's a friend. Now I'll piss off. So we all go there and they're like, "Oh my God." And I said, "Excuse me, could you call Pink's room? Tell her Phil Tan is downstairs waiting for her friend Phil Tan." It's like, Yeah, yes, sir, yes. And my friend's like, oh my God, oh my God. Phil, stop it. Stop it. I know it's your birthday. Stop playing around now. It's over. We're gonna go. Let's go. And uh, Pig, 2 minutes later, walks down the corridor of the hotel. Phil Tan, how are you, mate? Like, it was so crazy, dude. And she gave me a hug. I said,
Mm.
do you remember this conversation we had in Los Angeles about your music video? It's going to be a hit. You remember that? And you want to be a stunt woman? Do you still want to be a stunt woman? She goes, no. I said, Pink, I did not know you were so deep and so good, man. You are an artist, a truly, truly amazing artist. You sing some
Mm.
deep song, heavy song, but good. So I
Oh yeah,
mean,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, it was it was amazing. Like Prince, going back to Prince, yeah, the guy's a freaking genius.
Mm. Do you remember seeing Batman for the first time in theaters, and what you thought of it, and what you think of
Yeah,
it perhaps
I
now?
mean, yeah, we went to the premiere because me and my wife, and at that time we only had one child, Lewis, but now we have four boys. Lewis, Sam, Ben, and Evan. They're all in the business, by the way, including my wife. Yeah, she's also in the business,
Yeah.
producing. And so yeah, I took Lewis, and we went to the premiere. I did not know it was gonna be this big. Oh my God. And I
Mm.
didn't know it was that good. When it came on, we were like watching, and you hear the music, you're like, whoa. And then you see Batman, you see the car, you see the sets, and you're like, wow, oh my God, this is big, you know? And sure enough, it blew up. I still keep, I got the brochure, you know,
Mhm.
um, of the premiere and the after party, and then we had a bunch of parties before that and after that. And I got to meet with Barbara Streisand. I mean, crying out loud, and
Mm.
at a house, John's house, and everybody, I mean, was delighted of the success. It was so big that the success that John and Peter Grubel and Mark Canton, I think they all left and Warner Brothers and went to they became the head of Sony. So
Mm.
I was there for like 3 years. I had my own office over there
Yeah.
with a kicking bag and everything, and for like almost 3 years. So
Mm.
I came into the studio, and John's like, "Hey, that's me paying you back for helping me out on Batman when you didn't have to." You know what I mean?
Mm.
I didn't have to help him out. He just saw me doing flips, and he asked me to put it together, the action, the fights, and it worked out really well.
Mm.
And I'm glad it was kind of like by accident. It's not like I'm looking for a job. I already got a job. You know what I mean? I'm Jack Nicholson's goon, right? So,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
but it worked out. I mean,
Mm.
and Mark Hanton brought me over here. Who's the head of Warner Brothers, signed a piece of paper for me so that I can work in this country. Got my visa and everything, work visa, to do Tango and Cash.
Mm.
So I came over here to do design action on Tango and Cash. And I worked on that for months and months. I don't know how many months, 8 months, 9 months. And I decided, you know what? It was so beautiful in Los Angeles. The sun shining. We're in Hollywood. I said, we're not going back. We never went back. You know,
Mm.
I didn't come back. I mean, I didn't even come back to sell my house. I just got rid of it, everything, and just stayed in Los
Right.
Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I've been here ever since.
And uh, I mean, because you came over to the UK, I think it when you were quite young from Singapore. Is that correct?
Yeah, around, I thought it was 5, but around about 8. I
Hmm.
born in Singapore. I came over here to the UK, and my parents have a restaurant called the Singapore Garden. It's still there in the UK.
Hmm.
It's in Swiss Cottage. And then I think my cousin's gonna open Gilgamesh soon, which is a big,
Hmm.
nightclub very famous nightclub. But we have like several restaurants. We had one in Kensington High Street, one in Marylebone Lane at the time. Now, the one that's famous now is one best Chinese food, Asian food in best Chinese food in Evening Standard Award. Like I think we won like twice. That's the one in Swiss Cottage.
Right.
So it's still there. My cousin's running it now. My auntie, my dad passed away. My auntie passed away. It kind of, you know, down to the family. My cousin Ling and Kok Sam is running it. You know, who's also my Taekwondo teacher. He's like you know, 5th, 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo, and his brother To Kok Sam. He married my Taekwondo teacher, married my cousin. You know, it's like crazy, right? But anyway, yeah, he's still there, and he's still doing very well. Yeah.
But were your parents quite athletic people? Is that
So
where you got it from?
It's funny you should ask me that question, because no one really asked me that question. My dad was the head of the Chin Woo Athletic Association Singapore. So the Chin Woo is the top kung fu club, right? They call it the Chin Woo Athletic Association. So he was the chairman. So you know what that's like, right? You're the kung fu master of a club, very famous. It's still there in Singapore. They still have a school there, you know, in the old Chinatown. And yeah, he was famous for short sword and iron fist. And he would show me like, iron fist, let me show you. He said, son, look at this. And, you know, we're cooking, right? We're cooking in a restaurant. And, it, you know, the place where they put the wok is steel, you know? And he goes, let me show you. And they go, whack, whack, whack. I was like, that's steel, man. I was trying to hit it. I was like, oh, man, that hurts. He said, that's called iron fist. And that was what he specialized in. And yeah, I mean, he, you know, he was like, yeah, he's very, very good with martial arts. So yeah, he, you know, he taught me a few things. Like his stuff is not, it's not like flashy, but it's, you know, punch you in the throat and pick your eyes out. It's like killer moves. You know what I mean? It's not flashy. It's not beautiful like the wushu, you know. It's like, hey, you know, don't punch you in the face. You're like, oh, okay, Dad, okay, right, got it. Right in the throat, you know. Hit him in the throat. I was like, okay, Dad, you know. It's stuff that really works. And
yeah.
So yeah, my dad, Morris Han Guang Zhua. Yeah, that's anyway, yeah. And then his martial art brother was Joseph Chang, you know, who now I think he lives in China now. But he was the head of the Wing Chun Association in London for many, many years, you know, and also a former Chinese Shaolin monk, you know. Real fighters, man. These guys are killers. They're not real fighters. And then he was the former bodyguard of the Prince of Saudi Arabia for 10 years, you know.
Wow.
The son of the prince. Yeah, that was my other sensei. And then the other one's Master Sken Kabudan. And in case you don't know who he is, he trained a guy called Phil Nurse, who's my sparring partner. And Phil Nurse went to train George St. Pierre, Rochelle Evan, and John Jones.
Right. Yeah.
Big names, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Master Sken was one of the very few. Yeah. Master Sken is one of the few that combine Muay Thai, boxing, kickboxing, and Taekwondo together.
Yeah.
You know, and Tai Barong, you know. So he mixed it all up, you know. He didn't just believe in only Muay Thai. It's Muay Thai, boxing, kickboxing, Taekwondo. And it works because now it works because of the UFC, you know, you have in the big octagon. In the Muay Thai boxing, you take 3 steps, you're right, literally, you're by the rope, right? So you need karate and Taekwondo to chase people. And then when you get close, boxing, elbows, knees, from a distance, you can use, you know, front kick, turning kick, and Muay Thai and Taekwondo. You need everything. You need to mix it up, you know. And it's the only way you're going to win in UFC. And so he taught that, you know, and deception, how to deceive people in the ring. And so we went on to, I mean, Phil was the one that took. So I came here in '89, and Phil went to New York and started his Muay Thai school. And then he started training. His first success was George St. Pierre. I think he trained him for many years. And then after that was Shao Evan. And then after that, he said, there's another kid that I'm training right now. You don't know who he is, but he's never going to get beaten. He's so good. His name is John Jones. And I didn't know who he was, you know. And then Jones started coming out and beating everybody, you know. And the rest is history. Now, you know, these guys are like, now he trains in New Mexico with equally another group of amazing, talented trainers, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Any recollections of Lethal Weapon 4?
Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I work with Mel. I mean, come on, Mel is amazing, right? And I got to act with him, and it was kind of like, almost like, there was a guy, a stunt coordinator called Conrad Palmisano, and Eddie Braun. They were stunt coordinator on the show, and they're like, look, you know, I want you to do some stuff for me, and I want to, you know, and I want you to, you know, run and get chased, and it was by accident, you know. It's like, I've already gone for an audition for the director for a role. I didn't get that role. It was the role for Jet Li. Jet Li got it, you know, and but the director remembered me, you know, and he said to me, you know, I want you to like do some lines, and I want you to improvise with, you know, Chris Rock. And so he said to the stunt coordinator, get me somebody that can act. And he goes, oh, Phil Tan, you know, he's, you know, done 80 movies plus the TV series, probably over 140, 50 movies and TV shows, right? So he can act as well. Yeah, I mean, he's very good. So they're like looking at me like, Phil, you better not mess up, brother. You got to be funny, man. Chris Rock, you know, he's amazing. So they hired me to do some dialogue. And the rest is history. That's what happened with Lethal Weapon 4. And then, you know, that was amazing. And we improvised that scene, by the way, the Lethal Weapon 4. So Chris, I said to Chris, hey, what are you going to tell me, brother? Like, what are you going to say, you know? He said, I don't know. I said, come on, Chris, you must know what you're going to say. He said, no, I have no idea. I said, all right, you want to play that game? I'm very good at improvisation, and I'm good with comedy because of Peter Sellers. John Cleese, Peter Sellers. I work with John Cleese, Peter Sellers. And, you know, these guys are funny dude. And they taught me comedy, you know? So anyway, so I learned a lot from Peter. So I said, all right, you want to play that game? Let's go. Let's improvise, you know? And we improvised that scene when he got me on the floor, you know, why are you running? Why are you running? And he started, and every time I went to speak, he won't let me speak. And the director told me that was going to happen. He said, he's not going to let you, but you got to push him back. You got to push him. Don't let me down, Phil. You got to. And so I said, okay. I said, so every time I went to speak, and then when we finished, this was cut out of the movie, right? And he kept going. He said, why are you running? And the next minute I said, when he finished, I said, can't we all just get along? I looked at him because he's behind me, you know, he's got me on the handcuff. I said, can't we all just get along? And the director said, cut. Everybody was laughing. They were laughing and laughing. And they said, oh my God, that was funny shit, man. So the producer came up to me and he said, this is this honest truth. He walked up to the writer and he said, who wrote that fucking line? Joe Silva. Who wrote that line? It was a guy called Gibson. I don't know his first name. It's not Mel Gibson. It's Gibson something, something Gibson. He's the writer. And he's looking at it and he's doing this, right? I was sitting next to him and I was sitting, he said, did you write that? I said, I just, you know, improvised it. He goes, funny fucking line, mate. And then he just walked away. And that was the line I said, you know, can we all just get along? And he cut it out. It was cut out of the movie. And
I think,
and then we had other lines. you know. And that was the other line that was very famous, like, what's the special? You're running, what's the special? And I came up with this Chinese food stuff. But originally, it wasn't Chinese food. I came up with fried chicken, black eyed peas. And I said to him, what the fuck do you think I am? I'm the waiter, not the chef, man. And that was the first line I did, you know. They cut it out. They said, oh, no. Now I was like, Bill, don't make fun of black people. I said, look, I'm not trying to make fun of black people. He's insulting me, saying that all Chinese people are bad people and we're running, and he's chasing me for no reason. So I should be able to insult him, right?
Well,
we're improvising here, you know? So he said, no, just stick to Chinese joke. I said, okay, fine. So I came up with, you know, Mel's idea, like chicken chop suey, fried rice, you know, spare ribs, you know. But that was funny too, you know what I mean? So yeah, that was you know, you got to improvise, you know, to make people laugh, you know.
Oh, yeah, it was a really great scene in the film. I think it's one of those that really sort of sticks with you. It was Channing Gibson was the writer.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah, then
so
I got to work with Mel again, you know, on We Were Soldiers for 4 months. We used to play pool together. And then just recently, I just got to work with him again on another show called Boneyard, right? So he's the star of Boneyard. I'm the stunt coordinator this time, action director, and also one of the associate producer on the show. So we got to spend 3 hours again catching up. It was so cool. It was just, it's not out yet. It's, you know, but we had a fun time for 3 hours having in a restaurant in Vegas, you know. Yeah, it was so cool to see him again. Yeah. So that's 3 times I've worked with him now, yeah, with Mel, yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll make a fifth film, but it's a bit up in the air, I think, at the moment, whether they will do it or not. But
I know something about it, but I can't talk about it. I know. But anyway, go ahead.
But my penultimate question was: have you had any close calls in your or any sort of injuries or anything like that? Or
I had a couple. When I did the it was a very, very difficult job. It was Hangover 1, 2, and 3. So I was Ken Jeong's stunt double, you know, and I doubled him for the first 3 Hangovers and Dr. Ken, and I've doubled him now for I don't know 12, 14 years, and we became very, very close friends. But there was one scene where I was on top of the limo and I was parachuting across Vegas, landed on a limo, and then we're driving all around, you know, for a month on top of the limo. And then the limo crashed into the fire hydrant, and then I flew onto the concrete. That was 18 takes for me to hit the fire hydrant. And I flew in the air, landed about 25 feet to the concrete. And we did it 18 times. That literally almost killed me. And I said, I was about to say to Jack Gill, who's the stunt coordinator, I said, Jack, like I wanted to say to him, I never ever give up doing stunts. I take pride in, if it hurts, okay, I'll keep doing it. Obviously, not if I break my leg or anything. I'm just gonna keep going. And I was about to say, Jack, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. 18 takes. Mate, I don't care how much you pay me. I'm not doing another one. You know, it's about to say that to him and give up. And he said, good, we got it, Phil. I was like, oh, thank God. So that hurt. That was very, very painful in Vegas. We're very cold, again, it's like -8 degree, 10 degree, and getting hit and fly into hit the fire hydrant and landed and they had 3 people pulling me, like on a wire, just pull me as fast as possible so I can fly as long as possible and land on the concrete. Mate, I'm not young anymore, brother. You know, still got it. 63 years old. But I was like in pain, brother. I was like about to I'm done. I can't do this anymore. You know, I'm done. But anyway,
Yeah.
so I kept going. Yeah, that was pretty gnarly, you know.
Is it just the sheer physicality of doing something so is
Yeah, yeah.
one
You
of the
just
worst
look.
experiences you've
You
had?
just
Sounds like.
yeah. I bust up my leg one time, and again, it's all like the hangover, you know, where they dropped me 50. That the other one, they dropped me 50, 60 feet. No, actually, no. Let me see, like 70 feet, and they had 500 gallons of water hit me, you know,
Yeah.
and I don't know how you know how heavy these waters are. It hit me so hard
Yeah.
that I was stopping. I was stopping from, say, the frame is here. Yeah, I was stopping like 20 feet, but the water hit me so hard, my face went straight into the camera, like boom, like this. My face hit the camera because the water hit me so hard, and it stretches the line, you know. And I went like boom. I was like, oh man. I was like, oh my God. So yeah, I was bruised up there, and then the other one was my foot. I busted up my leg, and I just went. You just got to keep going. I went to work the next day with a busted foot, and just keep going, you know. And I didn't know it was busted, you know. But you just this is what you do in stunts. You just keep going. You keep going until you can't do it anymore. You know what I mean? And Ken was so gracious to me. He said, "Hey Phil, don't worry, man. I still want you my stunt double, but you can't run. I'll get you a running double. All you have to do is run, but you're gonna do that drop, you know, because I look very similar to him. You know, and but he didn't know my leg was already. So the drop wasn't the problem. The drop was easy, but what's the difficult thing is when the water hit my foot, because it was like somebody stabbing me every time, every take. You know what I mean? In the foot. I was like, oh my God, my leg, you know. But I didn't tell him that. I just kept going. Take Tylenol, Panadol. Keep taking Panadol.
Yeah.
Go
And
on. You said you're going
finally,
to ask
do you
me.
have a
Yeah.
favorite? To finish off, do you have a favorite stunt of your career or a favorite project that you've worked on?
A favorite stunts. I think one of my favorite projects, of course, it was Batman. You know, it's one of my favorite. Again, the other one was Pirates of the Caribbean. For 2 years, that was so good. We were in the Bahamas. I mean, for crying out loud, and that made like a ton of money. You know what I mean? And of course, the Indiana Jones. You know, I mean, when you look at it now, when I look at it now, it's like, wow. Even just the other day, they showed, you know, Indiana Jones, the opening scenes, you know, with the diamond flying everywhere and people running around, and you know, it still stand the time. You know what I mean? I don't know if I have a favorite, but these in big movies, you know, I will never forget it. You know, I'm very blessed and grateful to be in those movies. So there's so many, you know, to choose from. You know what I mean? Another one was amazing. One was Willow, you know, and of course, you know, you got The Hangover, you know, the Hangover, and those movies, man, you just they're not going to be around anymore. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, it's the level of excellency of action and filmmaking. They don't come along. You know, I'm just blessed to work with, you know, some of these legends. You know what I mean? Including Christopher Nolan. You know, I worked with him for about a month, and you learn from these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. You work with these legendary directors like Tim, and it rubs off on you. You know what I mean? You can't help it. Like Spielberg, you know, and I would ask question, and Spielberg one day he said to me, Phil, why are you always asking me question? I said, one day I'm going to be a director just like you. And he looks at me and he says, ask me any question you want. In fact, sit next to me with Key, you know, we're to sit next to him. And I'm supposed to follow Kia everywhere, train him in Taekwondo, teach him how to speak English because his English was okay, and Spielberg wants me to speak to him in English, to help him get his English better. So I had to be with him every day. He said, if I see him next to me, you better be there. I said, well, what if he goes in your trailer? I said, you got to be right there next to me. So I'm in his trailer, in Spielberg's trailer, and follow him everywhere. I'm like his big brother, you know what I mean? So those experiences, you can't get that back. You know what I mean? Ron Howard, another amazing, legendary directors, and George Lucas. He was my second director on Willow. I was like they had this two-headed monster, right? And they were eating me. So I was like one of the trolls, and he was eating me and I was getting eaten, and I was up on a piano wire, just like very, very, very thin. I don't know, 1 centimeter or whatever. It's like, you can't even see it, right? And I'm like 25 feet up in the air. And the guy would say, action, and I would do it, and after like about a week, I said, excuse me, what's your name? He said, George. And I said, what am I doing? He said, all right, come down. I want to show you something. So I came down, they dropped me down and he showed me all these pictures and he goes, you're being eaten by two-headed monster and you're getting pulled to the side here, to the left, to the right. And he showed me all these pictures. So I said, oh, okay. I've never seen this before. He said, oh, we've never done it before. He said, we're starting a company. I just started it. It's called ILM. And this is our first effects. So you've never done it before? He said, no. I said, do you think it's going to work? He said, oh, I hope so. I said, I hope so too. So you've never done this before? He said, no. He said, great. He said, what's your name? He said, George. He said, what's your name? I said, Phil. And I did not know it's George Lucas. Nobody told me, hey, this is George Lucas, the great George Lucas who did Star Wars. You don't know what these people look like. I don't know what he looks like. And I don't really pay attention to movies at the time because I was working and training martial art, and sure enough, that was his first ILM monsters that he ever created, and it worked obviously. And I would never forget these moments, you know what I mean? Because it's legendary, and how they act, how they produce and how they direct. And he was so cool. He's so quiet, he's like, do it again, but you don't know what he's thinking in his head. There's some people that can explain everything and some people is all in their head, and George is one of these, like, he's a thinker, he thinks about everything, he's like, okay, we're going to do this. But he doesn't actually communicate it until later. And he'll say, okay, then I'll do this, and if he sees it, he'll go, ah, that was good. That's what I want. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah. So you have to work with them. I mean, they're geniuses, but some of them can communicate, and some of them is all in their head. And everyone's different. Thank God we have different directors that are going to bring certain things to you. That's why they are legendary directors. They're there for a reason. You know what I mean? If they all think the same, how boring would that be, right?
Oh yeah. It's the diversity of ideas and the way we're wired that makes it so interesting, isn't it? Really.
Yes.
Well, I think that's probably lovely thought to. I think that's probably lovely thought to finish with, Phil. Thank you very much for talking to me about your career. It's been really
and I will
interesting.
send a photograph to you with George Lucas on this side, Ron Howard on this side. I'm in the middle, and I'm in the costume. Yeah. I'm in the troll, like the troll costume, and generally, when I choreograph, I don't like to be in front of camera. But they asked me, look, Val wants to fight with you. Can you get in there? It's one of the troll, and it was me and Tina Masco, and so there was only two, but they looked like there was like 50, trolls around everywhere. So there was, I'll show you that picture. It's legendary. I did not know that picture exists, by the way, until like somebody sent it to me like a year ago.
Oh,
I never
right.
had that picture. Yeah, they sent it to me, and he said, "Phil, this is you. Look, I took a picture of you." And in those days, it wasn't like an iPhone, camera are like big, in those days. So nobody walks around with big cameras, you know what I mean, and take pictures. So, yeah, I mean, those. And once I saw it, I was like, "Oh my God, that was me on the bridge." I was like, I never knew that there was a picture of me and George Lucas, because first of all, you don't want to take pictures of directors, and you're not allowed to. You're a stunt guy. You just stick being a stunt guy, and you don't want to bring a camera and then, oh, look, Phil's got a big camera. He's going to take photograph, which you're not allowed to do. Anyway, but somebody took it, and that was a great reminder. It brought back history. It's history. It's a reminder for my children just to look at them. Now I've got loads. I've got 250 photographs of all the stars I've worked with, because you don't know when they're going to die off, and it's a memory for my kids, not really for me. It's like, you work with them, you put them aside, and you go to the next movie. And but for my kids, I can only say my greatest regret, and I'm going to tell you this and I'll end this, was the great Muhammad Ali. And after Zeb Braun movie, my producer, he asked me if I wanted to meet Ali. This is after Peter Sellers. And I said, "Are you kidding me, Zeph? Come on, man. I'll tell you, who doesn't want to meet Ali?" I said, "You're messing with me, man. You're screwing with me." He said, "No, man. He's in Dorchester. You and your brother, you want to come?" And I said, "Yeah." I live around the corner. I live in Marylebone Lane, Wigmore Street, which is around the corner from Dorchester. So I took a taxi quickly, and, Ali, opened the door, right? He's like, he said, goes, "You must be Bruce Lee." That's what he said to me. And I go, "Yeah." I said, "Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee," and he started throwing punches at me, right? He's like, boom, like, Ali does this thing. And so I just like kicked him in the leg. I'd spinning hook, kick him in the head, over his head. He's like, wait, you're cheating. I said, "Mate, I'm not going to fight Ali boxing. I'm going to, try to kick his leg." Muay Thai. And he laughed, and he goes, and then my producer from behind me was like looking, like, he's looking at this. So he said, "Come on in." He said, "This is Veronica, my wife." I was like, wow, one of the most beautiful women in the world. And we got to spend some time together in his room for like an hour, I was like, come on, man. Who the hell am I? I'm 19, 20 years old. I'm meeting with Ali. That just shows me what a class act he is. And then he said, "By the way, do you want to see my movie?" I said, "What's your movie?" He said, "Freedom Road." He said, "I want you and your brother sit next to me and watch my movie tomorrow." And he invited me and my brother, and we sat next to him, and we watched Freedom Road. And I said, "This guy's a class act, man. My brother and I, we're nobody, you know what I mean? But because we're a fan, he spent time with us. I'll never forget it, And I said, you know what? One day, you know what I mean? You got to pay it forward, and you always treat people how you want to be treated, and you always be nice to people. And I think the world would be a better place if we all treat each other the way we want to be treated. It doesn't have to be a celebrity. You don't have to be a celebrity. You just have to be just a little bit of kindness to people, give people some time. And that is where, I feel I like to end it at that. And that is an example of an incredible, great star, Ali, Muhammad Ali. It's amazing. I'll never forget it. But I didn't take a picture. You see, I was so scared. I was like, "Oh, man, I should have took a picture." I didn't have the bottle to ask him, "Can I take a picture with you?" And I never did. And I regret it ever since, I can only tell you stories. I can't tell you, I can't show you a picture. Look, me and
Well, I mean,
you
to
know.
have had the experience, of course, is the most important thing, isn't it? So it's yeah, I think it's a lovely story to end on. So yeah, thank you very much, Phil. It's been brilliant to chat to you.
You too. Thank you so much for asking me. I don't normally, Phil, I don't normally do interview, and it's just because I just think, you know, it's all in my head now, and but if you ask and people ask, yeah, I'm getting older now, so I feel like, okay, it's time to do some interview,
Hmm.
for the next generation of people,
Yeah, you've got so many wonderful stories to tell as well. And so yes, you should get them out when you can. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate
Well,
the
well, have a great
and thank
great
you.
weekend, and good luck with all your projects.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Right. Okay. Take
Thank you.
care.
Bye bye.
Okay.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, Eddie. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just about. You?
Yeah, yeah, come through just great. I was going to say thank you very much for wanting to talk to me about your career and Batman in particular. It's very kind of you.
Sorry.
Shall I just jump straight in?
Do that. Yeah.
Okay. The first thing I wanted to ask you, Eddie, because of course my audience will want to know a bit about you as well as your experiences. I just wanted to know why you wanted to go into the film business first of all.
Right. I wanted to be a pop star, and at school, I formed the first sort of electric guitar band, which was just me and a friend John, and we literally were the first rock and roll band. Basically, Buddy Holly, bit of Elvis, Cliff, that kind of thing. Um, the next really important band at my school were a little band you may have heard of called Radiohead, but we were before them, and we were not quite so successful. But we played for about a year, I guess, after I left school. But my parents and the 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 the, the teacher involved in careers decided that I should be an accountant because I was good at maths. Well, that was wrong. I should not have been an accountant ever. And after about 18 months or so, I escaped, and I did a load of things. I made pies and sausages. Worked for Royal Mail. I made the plastic containers for lipsticks. Well, I nearly lost my hand to one of the machines. I did a load of things until eventually my father, who was in the film industry and had always said that he would never let any of his offspring join the film industry because it was so precarious. He said, well, what do you want to do? In an angry sort of way. And I said, well, I wouldn't mind being in the film industry like you, Dad. So the next thing I knew, I was a production runner on a Sammy Davis Jr. Comedy film called Salt and Pepper at Shepperton Studios in 1968. And I absolutely loved it. I just this is it, I thought. Then my problem was there was a non-union job, but to get anywhere else in the industry, you had to have a union card. So I'd met someone in the bar at Shepperton Studios. Well, that was how people got jobs anyway, was to meet people in bars and studios and pubs in Soho, for that matter. And she said to me, "You can either join the laboratories." And you get a ticket that way, or you could join a commercials company. And so I got into a commercials company in Soho called Illustra Films, and they didn't need someone to get a card. They didn't need a runner. What they needed was a bookkeeper. Well, I'd had my 18 months or whatever being a bookkeeper, kind of. So I got that job, and after 9 months to a year, I was allowed to leave that side of it and went on to be a trainee assistant editor, which I thoroughly enjoyed and forgot everything else about production side. And that was what, 69. And I've been in editing ever since, of one kind or other, be it picture, music, or sound. Anything. I'd do anything. That was what I did. which is probably why I was reasonably successful, is because if someone said, "Do you want this?" Yeah, I said yes straight away.
You were flexible enough to
Yes,
change.
yeah.
Yeah. When you were on that Sammy Davis Jr. picture, did you himself at all?
I was kind of his assistant. I was also the director's sort of assistant as well, and held his script and so on. Richard Donner was the director, who went on to do all the Superman and you know, I'm very, and what a lovely man, absolutely lovely. I would love to have done another film, but he only did 2 films in the UK. After that, one was The Omen and one was Superman. Anyway, but Sammy Davis was fun. I learned an awful lot very quickly. I learned how to manage without any money, which is useful in the film industry because you could have long periods without any money.
Will you always write your entire freelance?
Freelance was a nightmare for eventually I got offered. I got asked if I would run a company in Soho. That was in 2003. So from 68 to 2003, which is quite a long time, I was freelance. And yes, but when you got 2 weeks before the end of any film, you panicked. And by over the years, I had 3 kids and a mortgage, and so every time I was getting near it, it was just the scariest thing. But we survived. You learn to do other things. You learn to live. It's not the same now. Everyone has to have a phone, and the phone costs an awful lot of money to run. There are these things people you have to have. Well, you didn't then. You managed without very much, and it did no harm.
So did you ever have to take little side jobs to make ends meet, or were you always able to stay in the business?
I tried to stay in the business. The odd week here or there. I mean, but mostly connected with the business. Yeah. I mean, even sort of clearing out a vault, or someone said we need these vaults clearing out. We need to reclaim the spacing or something. What was nothing to do with editing, but at the same time, it was something to do.
Yeah. I always got quite interesting. People mention sort of film vaults because of missing TV programs and that sort of thing. And you haven't got anything the BBC would want or anything. But
no, I was never that lucky. I had friends who would be connected with like Universal or Columbia or whatever, and they would buy a vault after 5 years. And they would buy for a very small sum, so they would clear it out, and the company wouldn't have to pay for the vault time anymore.
That's interesting.
And the people clearing it earned from spacing, and if there was anything left in there, it was theirs to claim.
Yeah. Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah. So there must be so much stuff thrown away.
Oh, yes. And of course, nowadays, every single bit is kept, isn't it? But
oh, yeah. Well, I've got, I mean, I don't know how I acquired, well, when we were working on 35mm, we spaced out our tracks with film spacing, and film spacing tended to be old prints, which weren't being used, with the scratch prints that had been rejected by the laboratories and so on and so forth. And I've still got somewhere, probably in storage, I've got the 20-minute double reel from the Commitments, and also from Crying Game. So a complete 35mm married print. One day they'll be worth money.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes, I would think this.
Yeah. Do you have any highlights from your editing career before we move on to the sound? For example, you did episodes of The Strange Report, so editing TV shows. I imagine you're.
Well, the thing about working on a TV series is you work even though not very closely. But you work. I mean, on Stranger Port, I don't know, 13 episodes maybe. You work with 8 directors, including Charlie Crichton, Brian Smedley Aston, who was the second unit director, Peter Duffel. I'm trying to remember other ones. Some were good, some were average, but it was very interesting because they all had a different style, and you sort of learnt their style a little bit. And I mean, obviously, if you're ambitious, you'll go on the set as much as possible. I went on to collect the continuity and sound sheets. That used to be my sort of early job before I synchronized the rushes. And when Charlie Crichton was there, he used to get in at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he would walk around the stage preparing for his master shot, because he would do a master shot every morning, and the idea would be to do the close-ups and so on in the afternoon. And it was just wonderful to watch this. What I would say an old man by then, even though I'm a much older man now myself. He seemed incredibly old, but he was so professional. And he would then, after he'd worked out the moves, the cameraman would come in and he'd walk it through, and then the cameraman would be doing his lighting, and then he'd get the actors would then come through and do a rehearsal, and then the stand-ins would come in while it was being lit, and the producers going absolutely mad, the American producers, because nothing had been shot before, like 11:30, 12 o'clock. Not one frame had been put in the can. So by lunchtime of 12 to 12:30, he would shoot a 3-minute master, which was three quarters of the day's work was done. And he would shoot it so well that all he had to then do were the close-ups for the actors, or the over shoulders and close-ups. But he would move the camera in such a way that there was very little that extra had to be done, because he was that good. Wonderful director to watch. Absolutely wonderful. Timing is beautiful. Yeah.
And of course, you did Midnight Express, didn't you? So was that interesting?
Yeah, much later than that. We were Terry Hambling, the editor, and myself were asked if we would go out to Malta for the shoot, which is like a 9-week shoot out there, 9 week, 6-day week. And we were at the top of Fort Sin Elmo, and most of the shooting was right at the bottom. I don't know, maybe 60 steps, 100 steps, something like that. But I would go down whenever I could. I mean, I was busy, but I could make time to go and watch Alan Parker shoot, and that was a great experience. I mean, Alan was. You know what? If I could bring one person back into my life, it would be Alan. He was so good. Not initially. I think we hated each other because he was abrasive, a little aggressive, and he got angry. But eventually I forgave him, and we became the best of friends. And I automatically got the call, and I'd get a script. This was later on, but I get a script way before the film was shot, and he'd always ask me over for location for a week or two to just get the atmosphere and have a chat, which is absolutely splendid. So Midnight Express was I'd done a few commercials for him, and afterwards we did commercials and documentaries and all sorts of things between Midnight Express and Fame, which was the next one. And Fame was huge musical. And I was allowed, because the editor, Jerry, is incredibly slow editor, but wonderfully precise and imaginative. And he was working his way through the big musical numbers. and Alan said, would I mind assembling an awful lot of those scenes that didn't have much music in? So I assembled about 40 minutes of the film in the end,
Wow.
including a small musical number, a montage anyway, I did. And it was such a good experience. Yeah. On each film I did with Alan, I got more responsibility. That was how that worked. As my experience increased, then he would give me more to do.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
sounds
including on the wall, on Pink Floyd, the wall, there was one sequence that hadn't been shot. So he said, have a look at all the bits and see if you can make a sequence for what was the sequence now? I forget what sequence it was. It was never used in the final, but it can be found on YouTube. There's a sequence there, including all my blue lines for dissolves and montage sequence stuff. Which was a lot of fun. I had like a month making up a 4-minute sequence. Yeah. Yeah.
And so you then sort of moved into the sound editing aspect. Was that just kind of an opportunity came up and you thought you changed direction?
Well, it was. I mean, there were after Fame, Alan Marshall, his producer. He was his producer from sort of early times in commercials through to the end of Angel Heart in '87. Alan Marshall was always there, and if I didn't talk to Alan Parker about what I was doing, I would talk to Alan Marshall. And so at the end of Fame, I did a few things in their office, making compilations of show reels and so on and so forth. They always gave me little bits to do if I was really, really desperate, I suppose. So that was good. But then they went off to the States to prepare for Shoot the Moon. And I saw that Jerry, the editor, had employed an English chap who lived in San Francisco area as his first assistant. Now, my original thought was that when the film came back to England after shooting had finished, that I would then be brought on as the first assistant picture editor. But I found out that wasn't going to be the case, and that the assistant Richard Hims, who became a superb sound editor and Oscar winner on many films for Skywalker, including Indiana Jones, I think was the first one he worked on and got an Oscar for. Anyway, he was going to come back, and I was absolutely in a sheer panic. And I said to my wife, Penny, what on earth am I going to do? And she said, well, why don't you go out to San Francisco and see if you can stay with one of the Allens, or if they could find you somewhere to stay, and see if you can get in somehow, because I had nothing else to do. There was no other. The early 80s in England were not good for making films. There really weren't a lot being done of the magnitude that I needed. I mean, there were cheap, low budget films, but there was nothing. Well, I needed a 6-month movie, basically, to get my money up. So anyway, I decided, all right, well, I'll go and I'll get a cheap flight and an American Express card, which I managed to do both. And just before I went, Alan Marshall, the producer, called up. And he said, hello, Ed. I said, oh, hello, Alan. I said, I was just on my way to come over and see you. Would that be all right? And he said, yeah, I've got a spare room, love. You can come and stay with me. So he said, but either way, he said, Alan Parker said, do you want to do the sound on it? And that was a stunned long silence for me. And finally I said, well, yeah, of course. Never having really, I'd done bits of sound. I'd done footsteps on a film and dialogues I've done on a film, but that they weren't big films, and I'd learnt my trade, but not enough. I didn't have that much experience. But anyway, I went out there to San Francisco, stayed for 2 weeks. I did a little bit of work on the film, met all the people who had been on Apocalypse Now, and I got, I met a lot of people out there. It was great experience. And when I came back, I brought a lot of the film with me and started work on the sound. And that was it. That was 1981 was the first time that I did the sound editing on a feature film.
So if we fast forward a little bit to 1988, when Batman was in production, how did you find yourself on the Batman team?
Well, I'd been on Scandal, which I enjoyed and I thought was good, but unfortunately, it was one of Weinstein's films, and we had a preview, and Harvey said, "Oh, I want that out. I want that out. I don't want that. We need to cut this. We need to do all the shortcuts. It's too long. It needs more sex." Blah, blah, blah. So they put all of us off, the entire crew, while they worked out a new script, if you like, without reshooting, but how it would work and everything. So we were laid off. In the meantime, I got a phone call from the supervisor on Batman, Don Sharp, who we'd worked a little bit in the past, I'd done one film that he was supposed to do, and he got offered something else, so I got offered that, and I'd worked with the editor Ray Lovejoy before, and so when Don needed help on the sound editing, I got the call. And it was a good salary, and I had no idea when Scandal was going to restart. So I said, yeah, absolutely fine. So I went over to Pinewood, I did my deal, and I got 2 contracts. One contract this was like early December, say mid-December, that went up to Christmas Eve, and then another one starting on the 1st of January. Or the 3rd of January, whatever it was, after the Christmas layoff. The first contract I had was on a 5-day deal, plus holiday credits. And the new contract for the beginning of January was without any holiday credits and a 6-day deal and a 12-hour day. And that was the beginning, that was after Margaret Thatcher. And they said that you don't have to be a member of the union. So Warner Brothers immediately said, right, everyone's on a new contract. And they must have saved themselves, I don't know, $500,000 probably, maybe more. I don't know. But so that was it, really. And I started just before Christmas, and Don Sharp gave me a couple of sequences to edit the sound. In those days, our own sound libraries got bigger and bigger and bigger. As we worked on films, we acquired all the sound from those films, but also we kept the sound library that we got from the sound libraries themselves. A Cine Sound and Tape Effects, these massive libraries that you went to, and you say, right, I need a Ford Anglia 30 mile an hour on gravel turning left, and so. And you went there, and they said, right, this is a Ford Anglia 30 mile an hour doing left. And you knew it wasn't, but it sounded as though it might work. So you said, great, okay, I'll have that. And eventually you acquired pretty well all the sound that you needed for the film, and then did your sound editing. And that was why it was called editing, was because nothing was there. Nothing existed as such. You're making it up from scratch. And Batman was very much of that. I mean, the Batmobile, the Batcopter, or the Batplane, whatever it was, I don't think anyone knew what it was supposed to be until by the time we got the final thing, it was too late to make it work, in my opinion.
So that's something you would, if you had a bit more time, you could do it over again. You'd change some of the sounds for the Batwing.
It's one of the only films that I would love to. I would love to redo. Yeah. Yeah. Also, perhaps Lost in Space. I would like to redo. In that, by the time we got the visual effects in, it was too late. The film was being released. I mean, that was literally 3 weeks after I finished work on Lost in Space. It was released with 3,500 prints.
All right.
There was no time to finish it ever, and it still is unfinished.
So it's much preferable to have, say, a film which doesn't have visual effects because you know a bit more of what you can do and what you need to do, and is it simpler?
Well, the trouble is they're the last things that arrive.
And that of course can.
There's nothing you can do. On Harry Potter and Philosopher's Stone, we didn't get the final shots on Quidditch or the keys going into the door. We didn't get them until not quite too late, but too late to refine. Whatever we did had to be done instantly, and we had to walk away because on Harry Potter it was being released in 10 days. So I mean, me and my editors, Martin Campwell, Colin, I think, was with me. I sat in the Theatre 7 at Pinewood, listening to every version of the sound negative, every format of there for about a week, because it had to go off to Technicolor in Italy, had to go to the States and the UK, printing. So 3 negatives had to be made, 3 sound negatives, having all full formats on each, and they all had to be perfect.
Yeah. And with Batman, you were saying that
sorry.
Was it did you obviously have these sound that was actually recorded during shooting? Was that quite nothing. You couldn't use too much
nothing
of
that? No. And the sets, the church set, and it was superb. Now, Anton Furst was a wonderful designer.
Yeah.
Except, of course, everything's wood, and it's supposed to be stone, so you can't use any of the footsteps. You have to replace all of that. And that means you've got to take out things, or you have to get in between lines of dialogue, or you've got to redo the dialogue, and it just creates more work. And these things always arrive in late, so you have less and less time.
Did you ever meet Anton Furst?
Yes.
What was he like? Of course, he met quite a tragic end, didn't he?
He committed suicide.
Well, yes.
Apparently. Well, he was like a wizard. He was sort of always in black silk. He was like that kind of incredibly interesting man. Fascinating. He was like a sort of a British version of Tim.
I was just thinking that the style
they were very similar, and I think that's why they worked so well together. Is because their ideas were similar. Yeah.
And of course, you've worked with Tim Burton. I think, was this your first time
working? Yeah, that was the first. I had an editing room next door to the room he was given at Elstree where we mixed it, and he'd been asked if he would check out a pin table. Because they wanted to bring out a Batman pin table. So they gave him one to try. And he said to me, and Derek Trigg, who was one of the sound editors on it, he said, if I'm not in my room and you lads have got a bit of time, help yourself, go and play. So we had a competition as who was the world's best. I didn't always become the world, but I got near to
yeah.
I would say, you see, it was worked very hard, but a lot of fun, because you knew it was going to be good, even if it was bad. It was going to be good because everybody wanted to see it.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of hype, wasn't
it? And still, it's talked about. It's 35 years ago.
So you had a sense that this was going to be something special. Potentially. Yeah.
That's why I was quite happy after being a sort of a supervisor on quite a lot of films by them, for 8 years being a supervisor, almost 7 years being a sound supervisor, to being sort of number 2. it never worried me. They said, "Well, why did you do it and not go back on Scandal?" I said, "It's Batman. Why would I'd have been an assistant on it.
Yeah.
It was the biggest film around, and such a great crew. Tim was an extraordinary enigmatic figure. He never changed. He just become more enigmatic, probably.
Yeah.
It's a one black, probably he's a man in black. Yeah.
Of course, it was a huge film on such young shoulders. He was, he was quite
I'm
relatively
amazed
new.
still. We very rarely saw him. I mean, he really was. It was extraordinary. The editor Ray Lovejoy was really allowed to put the whole thing together. I don't think Tim ever came into the cutting rooms. He'd sort of say in rushes to Ray, "Everything all right?" And Ray would say, "Yeah, great." And at the end, he would see it. I mean, John Hayward, who was a re-recording mixer at Pinewood, and Robin Clark, who was music editor, we were entrusted with doing a preview mix. Let's say preview. It was a preview for the American executive producers. And anyone involved who Warner's wanted to see the film, and of course, very little of the visual effects had been done, and there were sequences missing, and there was graphics and so on to create the impression of the scenes. And they said to me, well, "Would I wing it?" I didn't quite know what wing it meant because we didn't have any of the wings then. We hadn't got anything of the aeroplane. Was an awful lot of stuff we didn't have. And John and I created atmosphere loops and helicopter loop. I mean, we made a soundtrack for 2 hours, whatever it was. There was full soundtrack with lots of loud music, mostly from Aaron Copland, I seem to remember. That was the fanfare for the common man, but all sorts of classical stuff. At the end of the screening to the American producers, I heard one of them say, "Hey, I think that's it. It's just completed as it is, and we'll release it." And someone said, "Well, you need a score." "I love the score. Let's use that." They obviously having no idea that it was Aaron Copland and so on. It was fun. Yeah. All those things, they were, I learned such a lot more every time I had to do anything. It was all learning. That's, as someone said to me once, many, many years ago, everything you do, you have to learn from. And it's so true. Every film I learned more from. When I had to transfer from 35mm to digital processing, a nightmare, total nightmare. But when you learned what you could do and you didn't rely on film transfers and little bits of film hanging up on your trim bin, when you could do it all like I'm talking to you now, I mean, on my little 14-inch laptop, it was remarkable. But I had to learn every time I did a film. I was on digital. I learned more from it, as did the people who are making the machines with updates and so on. Yeah.
And when you're on a film and you've got obviously the editor, you've got music. How close are you working with everybody just to make sure you don't trip on somebody's toes, especially when it comes to music? Are you conscious of, well, this will be a scene perhaps where the sound will, perhaps no music here, the sound, is that kind of, how's that kind of work?
It's not quite as simple as you're describing. It was in that when a composer was brought on, somebody would go through the assistant editor, or if there was a music editor, they'd go in with the editor, director, and composer and work out where the music was going to be. Nowadays, that's not really done. The film is given over, and the composer will then supply eventually a score.
Yeah.
But you don't know what's going to be in the score, even though there may have been an attempt using the composer's own music. But you don't know the orchestration. You don't know whether they're going to, like on Batman, every time a gun fired, there's a musical percussion or something like that. And I had to say to whatever his name is, what's his name? Sorry, my brain's going. Who was the composer? Batman?
Danny Elfman.
Danny Elfman. I mean, it was great. One little story then. Where at Elstree Studios, we're mixing at Reel 1 and they're still doing the music. Where I don't remember where it was, probably EMI, Abbey Road, and huge orchestra, choir. And we're kind of waiting. We've prepared the dialogue, we've prepared the effects, we've done the De Foley premix, and we're waiting for the music. And we get the call and saying, Tim's not happy with the titles. So we said, okay. And then Danny Elfman is rewriting it. He's sitting at the piano now. He's redoing the opening titles of Batman. And so, we're hanging around for about, the end of the day, then the version 6 or whatever it was arrived in, and we started mixing. And we knew then we were going to be in trouble. It's a magnificent score. It really is fantastic. But everything hit everything. So it didn't leave a gap for us with our sound. And this went all the way through. As I say, every gunshot or explosion, he topped them.
Yeah.
I managed to persuade him, because I seemed to be the one who was saying things in the theatre when they were wondering why it wasn't working, saying, can we move your music? I said, I can't move my explosions because everyone expects explosions to be when you see them, or gunshot when you see them. But could you move your music by 1, maybe 2 frames maximum? He said, no, it's scored. I said, well, can we just try it? And we did it. We made it just a bit later. So then you get an explosion. The music came out of the explosion and it worked. But he's still, I mean, when we worked with him on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, he was still doing it. He was still hitting things. But I think most composers do.
Yeah, talking to other sound designers and editors, there's very rarely that kind of sync between the music and the sound in terms of they're all coming from a different angle, if you know what I mean, rather than seeing. It's
very rare for the composer and the sound editor to sit together and work out who's doing what. The only one really is David Arnold on Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace. And David and I, we certainly went through, particularly in the openings, not the opening sequence, but the Parker sequence, 9.5 minutes, 10 minutes in Casino Royale, where he scored beautifully sparingly and allowed me to do all the big bangs and that. And I still, wherever I do a lecture, that's when I finish with. I say, now you want to hear everything together. This is it. It's got absolutely everything in this one sequence there.
It's a great scene, isn't it?
It's still a great scene. It's one of the best scenes. Well, it's the best scene I've ever done. Not that I did everything on it, but I coordinated it. But that was one that was David and I talked about.
Yeah,
we sat through it and went. He said, "Well, I'll do that. Do you want to do that?" And and that's really how it ought to be done every time on every film. But it doesn't.
No,
something has to give way in the end. It tends to be the sound give way to music, because music is expensive. The composer is often the director's best friend.
And I think we mentioned Batman with the music sort of coming in a beat later. I think the explosion of Access Chemicals is a good example where you hear the explosion going and then the music kind of comes in and then sort of sweeps the sequence. And I think that's a really good sort of where he is listening to you, and I think in that respect.
Yes, he won't admit it, but you could ask him, but he won't admit it.
So was there any, did you have sound recordists that were recording automobile sounds and gave you certain tracks that you could then kind of build upon?
No, we
Not
would,
at all.
no, later on, after say, middle of the 90s onwards, perhaps, yes, you could, that happened more and more. But then we were doing things from sound libraries. It was very difficult to record things because just prior to that, as I said, we got a new contract that only just begun in the film. The unions were very important still. And one of the major things that the unions were, there were different branches of unions couldn't do it, anyone's job. They had to do their own job only. So for me to go out and record, say although I probably did from about 86 onwards, I started recording my own stuff. But I'd have to find someone who'd do the transfers for me because Pinewood Sound Transfer was a union organization, and they said, well, who recorded this? And you said, well, I did. And they said, well, we can't transfer, so you had to give them a fiver or or a sandwich or something. And they did, but that was how it was. So sound editors never really recorded things themselves. You did a lot in Foley. Don't remember whether in Batman where the Rocky Phelan did whether he did that much percussive stuff. I mean, the footsteps were mostly good. Sometimes footsteps in films are so bad. Not now, because it's realized that it's an art. But there were also some that were. So when you have a wooden stairway in the set and it has to be stone, if you don't take out the wooden ones, then you can get a slap or something of the two. And it's not your job, and and it's difficult.
It doesn't take much to bring the audience out of the film, does it?
Exactly.
Something's not.
No, you're absolutely, and in the same way that early stereo, I was there in John Hayward's room in Pinewood. He did a one, and he said, have a listen to this, Ed. And it was a Bond film with a helicopter sequence, I suppose. They all had helicopter sequence, and he'd done early stereo. And he started getting helicopter blades going round the room. And he says, brilliant, isn't it? I said, well, yeah, but I said, the problem is that when I hear this helicopter blade going extreme left, what do I do? He said, well, you follow it. I said, so I don't know what's happening in the front then. And for a long time, people were experimenting in that way with stereo. And unless you want it for a particular effect, it was much better to have it wide, but not using the surrounds in a particular way, split surround. We use a split surround on the wall, and that's back in 81, 82. But
did you ever get a chance to visit the sets for Batman?
Oh, yes. Superb. Absolutely. They're wonderful. They're all dark, and everything about it was dark. I was on probably halfway through the shoot, so I did have time to go and explore. At the same time, then because you're disappointed because it's all plaster and wood.
Well, yeah.
The disappointing part is I couldn't have it recorded.
Yeah, because it wasn't. You wouldn't get the sound.
No point. Absolutely no point. No. But I did. Yeah, I did, and I loved the sets. Terry Ackland Snow was involved in. I don't think was he the production designer. he was certainly the
He might have been the art director on it, I think.
Art director, yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah. That's right. And that, I mean, they all did a great job. There's something magical about the set, you know, when you walk there. Yeah.
I suppose something so quite iconic as, say, going into the Batcave or Gotham City streets. You know, we all grew up with Batman in some way, didn't we? And even if we aren't hard fans, it's been part of our culture, and it must have been quite sort of special.
But well, my dad, as I say, you know, he was in the industry, and he was a producer, associate producer, production manager, whatever. When I was a kid, he took me to Pinewood, and I saw the Cleopatra set there. Wow. And it was, you know, like half of Pinewood. There was ancient Rome. I mean, it was, you know, and you believed. You walked on it until your foot touched plaster and wood again, like that, when it ought to be in stone. You think, how can this be? I was there when they shot sequences of Sink the Bismarck on the tank, and you know, things like that. The magic it's still there, but so much of it is now done like a TV series as such. They have a few office sets or whatever, a few house sets, but everything else is shot out. It's on location. It's very different. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
There's less control, of course, if you're on location, but I'm sure it's cheaper.
Sure. Oh yeah. When it came to because of course Batman is very much a fantasy film, although it's done in a sort of realistic way.
Yeah.
When you're doing sound for a drama, a comedy, fantasy, do you approach it slightly differently in terms of the genre you're inhabiting?
Absolutely. When we came to do Harry Potter, the only thing that Chris Columbus ever said was that I don't want it to sound electronic. It's, you know, the fantasy has to remain. People have to believe in magic, not in clever noises. And you know, I listen to it still after all these years. 22 years ago it was done. Gosh, it's hard to believe. I still feel quite proud that we managed to, I think, create a sound that was believable with the touch of the wand.
Yes. Yeah.
But there was nothing nasty. There was nothing to say. There was no electronic there at all, ever. Not convinced that Harry Potter 3 didn't have some electronics in there. Anyway.
Yeah.
And another story.
Yeah. And when you with Batman, you say you probably changed a lot of things, but was there particular things that you were quite proud of?
Well, I did most of the atmospheres. Whether or not they were played loud enough is a different thing. Again, if the music is as big as Elfman did, it's hard to hear them. But I like the industrial areas and things like that. I thought that they did have a good feel about them. I like the reverbs in the caves, in Batman's cave. I like the reverbs in his house. Proud to have worked on it. There was nothing special about the sound effects I did. I worked on the car. I worked on everything except the plane. That was it. I think in the detail over the guns and things, which for those days were pretty loud. They might have sounded the same, but
I think there is obviously all the sounds have a real sense of reality to it, which of course what Tim Burton was trying to achieve of the film. But I particularly like the gun that Batman has when he first drops down into the chemical plant and he shoots somebody and it goes around his neck and he hangs down. That's a lovely sound as it sort of wraps around him. I thought that was quite an interesting sound.
Yeah. I've no idea how I made it.
But I suppose it's probably individual sounds that perhaps don't sound too extraordinary. It's all about how you combine them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And Ray Merrin, who was the sound effects mixer at Elstree, he was a superb mixer. I did some of my best work with him, I think. We had an affection for each other. He taught me a lot. He allowed me to play a little on the desk, a few pots and things like that. It's quite easy to manipulate, shall we say, to manipulate something that's fairly basic, and with a little bit of equalization and a little bit of reverb, you can, or even a pitch change or something very simple, you can change dramatically what you hear, and that's, if you're allowed the time, you can improve enormously. And working with a mixer that's sympathetic, then of course you can achieve a lot more than if it's just your stuff arriving in and they just play it. But everything's got to be analysed on its own strength.
Was something so iconic as the Batmobile, is that something that you really do try and take your time with to make sure this is going to be as good as possible?
Yes, but you never got the time. Don, he did the majority of the work. Well, one of the problems he had, and sadly he's no longer with us, because he was a great sound editor. The Oscar for Aliens, that's not bad. When he'd done something, he never changed it. That was how it was. So when you knew, like I did in my heart, that something wasn't quite right, I had to be very careful if I changed it. But I did. And so I'd keep on adding little things here and there, or changing the EQ on his tracks, just because I didn't feel we were quite there.
Yeah.
I was saying that there's nothing against his work. He was, as I say, a superb sound editor and a real gentleman. I loved working with him. But he had this sort of strange, almost obsession that once he track laid whatever it was, that was it. He wouldn't touch it again.
Yeah. So if it came to saying what your proudest contribution to the film, it's sort of those kind of tweaks and the
I think
sense
so.
of scale.
Yeah. I hadn't really thought about it before. I hadn't thought about being proud, other than, as I said to you, he was Batman. That's proud enough to actually, and there aren't a lot of us left who worked on it.
Unfortunately not. No.
An awful lot have gone.
Yeah. I was wondering about some.
Oh, you're talking to me.
A couple of other your sound mixers, Tony Dorr and Bill Rowe. Do you remember sort of working with them?
Tony Dorr has done, I think, virtually everything with Tim. I'm not going to say whether he's good or bad or indifferent. That's not really up to me. Bill Rowe, who is also no longer with us, he was a very competent mixer, but that was maybe the time when he started to. He was head of sound at Elstree, and that became important. And in the end, it was Ray who really ran the desk. Bill did the dialogue premixes, and he ran the music as well. But Ray, I would often see his left hand sliding across the desk and taking hold one of Bill's pots.
The film was BAFTA nominated for sound.
Yes,
that must have been quite an achievement to, and a sense of you succeeded in what you wanted to do.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'm lucky in that I don't know if there are many more people who've had more BAFTA nominations than me. But you have to realize that a lot of things get nominated whether they deserve to be or not. And I'm not saying that Batman did deserve a nomination, but it was the biggest film of the year. It took $100 million at box office, or 200 million, or whatever it was. But it was phenomenally successful throughout the world, and everyone thought, everyone enjoyed it. It was good fun.
Yeah.
Whether it should have been nominated for BAFTA, I don't know.
We've mentioned that the music, of course, we do have some Prince songs in the film. Do you think they kind of? I'm looking at Batman Returns, but it's just Danny Elfman doing it all. I feel that maybe the Prince songs may have taken something away from the film. What's your view on it?
Well, yes, when you start editing to a song, the song becomes more important than the film material. And I mean, although we all love Prince, I mean, my goodness me, what a fantastic guitarist that guy was. I was never sure that the Prince songs work, but maybe he was Warner Brothers at the time. Maybe someone put a package together. I don't know, but it was that time when people were placing.
I think Prince was.
And he was brought over. I mean, we saw him early in '89. He came to Pinewood while they were still shooting, so it was obviously somebody had made a decision about it.
I've got a feeling that maybe Tim Burton inherited Prince. I think maybe he was already kind of.
You could well be right.
Yeah.
Well be right. I can still hear the songs, whereas I can't hear the score in my mind. So I'm never catchy.
Oh yeah. Some of it very, very good. And the concept album he put together was quite interesting as well.
Yeah.
Did you meet any of the cast where you were? Did you occasionally bump into any of the cast members?
Jack Nicholson, yeah. He kind of kept himself to himself. We all got a jacket at the end, but we got a Batman leather jacket.
Oh well, yeah.
Which I finally sold mine last year, but I couldn't.
Yeah. It
didn't fit anymore. I must have put on too much weight. It was never encouraged, and I think that this is on every film. It's never encouraged for people like myself to wander. I mean, yes, I'd wander on the set because I was interested, but to go and talk to actors and actresses, I think it's invading their privacy a bit. I think that Tom Cruise might take it too far when he had sort of like a tunnel built at Pinewood on Eyes Wide Shut, I think it was. So he didn't have to talk to anybody. I think that's a bit stupid, but
yes, but a bit too extreme.
I understand why people, if they're in the zone, they don't want to have some twat like me come over and interfere.
So there's very much a sense of sort of, not to say that's us and them, but sort of.
Well, no, it is. It's very much so, us and them. Like when you go to the premiere and you go to the party afterwards, it's us and them again. You never see anyone important. It's just you lot getting drunk and being silly, but you don't see the stars.
It's very much like being at a school dance, boys on one side, girls on the other side, just happens to be cast and crew. So, yeah.
Gosh, yes. Remember it well. Yeah.
Because as you said, I've heard other people say that Jack Nicholson was particularly quite private. Same Michael Keaton, sort of quite sort of he doesn't like to sort of necessarily do interviews and things. So I think a lot of them might just be in their own little world sometimes.
Yeah, there are exceptions.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson was always easy. Stephen Ray was always friendly. Keep in touch with him a little bit.
Yeah.
There are some who are normal and friendly, and there are others who believe in their own publicity. I suppose.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you went to the premiere of the film. What was it like seeing it all complete? And
it was fantastic. The premiere was fantastic. The part, I think it was Odeon Leicester Square. The party was great, and you just saw loads of people there who you recognise. My wife and I had a good time. I think I bought myself a special sort of jacket, sort of trendy blue denim jacket. Everyone wore whatever they wanted to, but they wanted to look trendy.
Was that the Odeon Leicester Square?
I think it was. Yeah. Most premieres are there because of the size. It's horrible. It doesn't exist, but it was a horrible cinema. Impossible to line up. I was lining up Casino Royale for the Royal Premiere, and there's no sweet spot. The screen's too small, and I was wandering around, and I said, "It sounds like shit." And eventually, a manager came down. He said, "You happy?" I said, "No, I'm not happy." He said, "Well, why?" I said, "Because it doesn't sound good." I said, "What are you playing it at?" And he said, "Oh, we always play it at about 5.5 Dolby." And I said, "But it's mixed at 7." He said, "Oh, we never play it at 7. It's too loud." I said, "No, but we mix it at 7 and we expect it to be played at that." And he said, "Well, the Queen won't like it because she doesn't like things too loud." And then a couple of minutes later, he says, "Anyway, she wears ear defenders." I said, "In that case, you can play it at 7 because she won't know." And he played it at 7 and it did sound much better. Now, the Empire was much better cinema.
I've been to the Empire, and I went to the Odeon Leicester Square because everybody wants to see a film there with its history. I was so disappointed coming out of because it's such a huge cinema and screen. You like just about see it. It's very disappointing, really.
The Empire is much better, although the sync from front to back is about 4 frames difference. So unless you sit where it's aimed at in the middle, it's going to be out of sync. It's going to be either in front of you or behind you. Which is tricky. But the Empire were always good about sticking in extra speakers or subwoofers or whatever. And I remember on the Wall, Pink Floyd The Wall had its premiere at the Empire, and it sounded magnificent. They put in, Pink Floyd actually paid to put in 5 subwoofers in there, so the whole of the front. But there were these huge subs, and it was just fantastic. It never sounded better.
And so every time there's a new mix, so it goes to Dolby in 5.1 and 7.1 and Atmos or whatever one now. Is it each pose a different challenge? Is it different benefits?
Well, and including home video. I mean, the Netflix mix is different to anyone else's. Everyone has their own format, slightly different format. That's why I was saying on Harry Potter, there were 4 formats and 3 negatives. That means you've got to play everything 12 times.
Right.
And I forget how many reels there were, 8 reels or something on Harry Potter. So it's 96 times 20 minutes.
Right.
It's an awful lot of, and the mix is not going to be different on a Dolby 5.1 or any of the digital formats. There's no difference to the mix, but it's how it gets translated onto the format, one goes straight onto the film, and one goes onto a disc, and so on. Everything has its own So it's going to, the compression's going to be different. So you will, yes. I mean, you probably wouldn't notice it. I'm not sure I would, to be honest. But I mean, home video, yes. I mean, you certainly have to bring everything in and compress, and it needs to be done, especially. Needs to be. It's one of the reasons why when you're watching TV, you suddenly think it's not loud enough, it's too loud, or
just thinking that
you have to adjust. It's because they may be using the wrong mix.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of people are saying that, aren't they?
How to sync, it's everything. Yeah,
to film in 4K, that you got to the mix is very different to watching it on a Blu-ray. So therefore, it's easier to watch it, say, on the Blu-ray because the sound is better. Whereas 4K, you have to have it so high, and then the explosions of the music is sort of just deafen you, and then you're turning it down again. So
I don't understand why that needs to be, but it does seem to be the case. I mean,
just had a couple of
questions.
I just had a couple of questions just to wrap up on from other projects. Sunday Bloody Sunday. I wonder whether you had any memories of that one.
I was assistant footstep editor on that, and I made up all the whole film into loops for picture and sound, so we could record the footsteps, which you couldn't do in the normal footsteps theatre because someone else was in there. This was at Twickenham Studios, so we went into the main room then, and Robin O'Donoghue recorded the footsteps, and that was good fun doing that, because that was the first time I'd really worked on the footstep side, so I learned a lot from that. John Schlesinger was a pleasure to work with, a lot of fun, and it was one of the simplest and smoothest films. It got, after a preview in the States or after the executives saw it, it got altered a bit, but not that much. It was just a well-organized film and a really good, wonderful music. It's a mixture of an electronic score and opera and stuff there. I haven't got an awful lot more I could talk about it, in that I was very sort of junior capacity, and I was busy learning.
And Quantum of Solace, because of course Casino Royale is more of a traditional film. The way that Quantum is edited, I wonder whether that was as an enjoyable experience as Casino.
No, it wasn't. Mark Forster, the first time I met him, or the second time I met him, we had a post-production meeting, and he said, "I don't want this to sound like a Bond film." And I sort of put my hand up and said, "Excuse me, but it is a Bond film. How can it not sound like one?" He said, "Well, I don't want it to sound." He said, "I want it to be different." So the only scene that I think we got to where he wanted to be was the opera sequence, which I think is superb. I really do. That's one of the best mixes. We were at it for about 3 or 4 days doing that, trying every way, bringing the effects forward, taking them back, having the music, having the opera lead, which we did in the end. The opera led pretty well through it, and that went into the score. And that was good. I didn't get on particularly with Mark because he didn't seem that interested in sound, unfortunately. He'd made the editors overcut, particularly on the opening scene with the cars. We had one incident of that, which if you have time, I'll tell you about, is that we look, I think the car sequence was edited by Rick Pearson. Did a really good job, and we did a temp on it, and it was fine. And then Mark said, these things bore me. Anything to do with car chases bore me. It needs to be quicker. And it was made quicker twice. And the second time it was, like a few frames off every cut. And so we did our bit, and we cut down our premixes and our temp mix. And Rick was with us when we were doing the new temp mix of it, and he said, "Where's the brake sound?" And we said, "What do you mean, where's the brake sound?" He said, "Well, puts his foot on the brake there." He said, no, he doesn't. He said, yeah, he does. And we had to go through frame by frame, and there was like one frame of a foot going on a break, which we didn't even see because he trimmed everything down.
Yeah.
And when you look at it now, it's just too fast. You don't have time to breathe. And it's very important that you do have time to breathe and things. You need to have air just for a moment, and then you can go back in again. But you do need that. I just think it's a big, because he'd never done an action film before. Anyway,
it wasn't perhaps.
I mean, I think we did a very good track. And we got another BAFTA nomination, and deservedly. And people were talking in America about it's going to get a nomination, it's going to get this, it's going to get that. But it wasn't successful enough. And I think if it had just been a little bit more successful or reviewed better, then we might have got an Oscar nomination that year.
It's interesting when you say that certain directors aren't interested in sound, because I think it's a bit like Frankenstein's monster. It's not until you add the sound and the music that the whole thing kind of comes alive and it becomes you can touch it then, can't you? So it's a bit of an odd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Attitude.
You can get some very strange directors. Jean-Jacques Hano I loved working with because he totally relied on his sound team, but was very knowledgeable about sound. And he let us do anything. He let us go out and record stuff. He let us go and mix stuff without him being there, because he trusted us, and he had a good sense of sound. But there are other directors who I won't mention because they're alive still, who really didn't care.
Yeah.
They cared about the music, which is interesting. But then there's the relationship between the composer and the director is a very strong and important one. Whereas a lot of directors don't even know who their sound editor is, because they don't tend to choose them.
No, you just get assigned somebody and then they sort of do it. Yeah. So your last credit was in 2010. Did you make a conscious decision to retire at that point? Or?
Well, I've been running a company, Sound Deluxe London, for 7 years, and we've been successful. We've done some huge, almost all the big films in the UK in that time, but the attitude changed with the Americans were bringing over big films, which is why we existed, like Troy and whatever, and Kingdom of Heaven, and I was bringing in, well, I won't say smaller, because the Bond films weren't small at all. Financially, they were extremely good for the company, but I was bringing in stuff, and the Americans weren't giving us stuff anymore. They were giving us bits and pieces. So our profits were going down, and I'll be honest, I was getting tired, and I started doing. I had a very successful group of people, some great sound editors, and trainees who were all up and coming. It was working well that I could do maybe a 4-day week. So I got to that stage when I was doing a 4-day. That meant I could have a 3-day weekend, or if I timed it right, I could get a 4-day break, and I was beginning to enjoy it, because I'd realized, I'd done not quite 50 years, but without real break, other than when I was out of work. And I was tired. That's what it was. I was tired. So the combination of me being tired and not making enough profit, my director from the States, he said, "What should we do?" I said, "Well, we can get someone to take over, but you've got to get me more films over here. You've got to have some American films." He said, "Well, I can't be sure we can do that." So I said, "In that case," I said, "shall we just fold the company?" So we agreed that we would do it, so basically on my 65th birthday. So I was 65. I'd done my 45 years, whatever it was. So we folded it.
Just seemed the right moment.
It was the right moment. Yeah, I would love to have done another 2 years on a 4-day week or something. Oh, if there'd been a film I wanted to do, then I would have done 5 or 6 or 7. Didn't mind doing it, but what was the point of being in every day if I didn't physically have something to do?
Well, yeah.
You know, like now we can all do our things on our laptops from home, but that was only the start of that. It hadn't really taken on. Yeah.
And do you have a favorite project of your career, Eddie, that you're particularly proud of?
Yeah, Angel Heart. It was the first real sound design film that I did, and we did 90% of the post in Paris, which was fantastic. Working on something that you knew was quite extraordinary. It's so much better than the reviews and anything else. It still plays well. It's pretty nasty film, but there's great stuff in it. And I invented a lot of, I invented everything. And I was the only sound effects editor on it. So, I felt really proud at the end of that. It was great.
So it was very liberating, and you had complete control. So that made
it
special.
And that was really when Alan Parker and I became extremely good friends. Really, even now I can't think of anything wrong with it.
No,
I'm not talking about the physical film, but I'm talking about the whole 7 months I was on it, probably, including mixing in LA for the first time, which was a great experience. I was on a learning curve from June to February. That's fantastic.
And just to sort of finish off the conversation, just going back to Batman briefly. As you got to know Tim Burton a bit on other films, did he kind of always stay the same, or did you get to know him a bit better?
Not really. He had a coterie of friends and people who he always worked with. I mean, I did my 2 films back to back, and Corpse Bride is actually another favorite film. I watch it every time it comes on ITV2.
Yeah,
I think it's a stunning piece of work, and I think what we did in it has never been. It's a very rare form of animation, and it's a very precise form in that there's no blurring of edges. It's you see the feet, you hear the feet. I went to Tim right at the start and said, before we start thinking about footsteps and so on, I said, do you want to hear the footsteps on this? And he said, why? I said, because on A Nightmare Before Christmas, there were no footsteps. Oh, well, I guess if we did it that way, that, you don't need to. I said, well, I'm going to do them, I think, anyway. And you can choose. And he never asked for them to be taken out.
Right.
And we worked really hard to get them so they were believable.
Yeah.
And that's the point. Animation has to be, it can't be all Boeings and tweets. You have to, when I watched the film, and I've probably seen it 100 plus times, I totally believe in it. The animation is so good that I believe in all the actors. I don't think, oh, that's so and so acting as. They are, who they are. They are the parts they're playing. I think it's an extraordinary piece of work. But that was the last time I worked with them, because that was 2005, wasn't it? I did like 4 movies in 2006, and I did 3 I did an awful lot of other things, working with people. I don't know. Anthony Minghella was lovely to work with. Beautiful man. One of the most generous people. Yeah. God, I've been lucky, haven't I?
I think you have. Yeah.
I really have.
Yeah. You've never had any directors who've been sort of micromanaged and sort of.
Oh yeah. I won't talk about them, but I've had a couple. Um, I had one I had to tick off early on, and it was all right in the end. But I got interviewed for. It was rare actually to be interviewed. I got interviewed for a film, and I went to his house in Highgate, and the front door was open, expecting me, and Fauré's Requiem was playing as I walked in. I walked in, and I followed the music, and there was the director. Now I actually recognized the recording of Fauré's that he was playing. I said, "Oh, I've got that one," and his face fell a bit because I think he was playing a one-upmanship game. Anyway, we got talking about that and so on, and then we got talking about the film. And he said, for all major effects things, he said, I want alternatives laid. And I said, well, I'll sit with coat on and go. He said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't do alternatives. He said, why don't you do alternatives? If I want alternatives, you do alternatives. I said, then get someone who will give you alternatives. I don't do them. He said, well, I don't understand why you won't do them. I said, because you're choosing me to do the sound for you, and I'm doing the best I can to show your vision. I'm going to project your vision, and that will be the best thing for your film. So I don't quite understand. I said, well, he said, if you have alternatives, who's going to choose them? I don't know what to put in. If I put in something that I know is right, how can I then find something that I know is wrong to put in just to please you? True.
Yes,
that's why sound editors need to be chosen carefully, because it's of what they give to the film. I mean, we're there to protect. We're there to protect the director. It's interesting. Anyway, I got the film, and he never asked for alternatives, so it was okay. I did work for one particularly unpleasant director, and I used to dread seeing him. Eventually, it was all right, but it took about four months to get there. And one big screaming row that cleared the theatre, and it was just awful. It was really. I mean, every morning I used to wake up thinking, "Is this the day I'm going to have a heart attack and die?" It was that bad.
That bad.
Yeah, there was the only one really. There were two or something. One was unpleasant all the way through, but in the end, the director and I used to meet up for lunch, so I try to win him round because it's going to make life a lot easier.
Yeah. You want it to be it's difficult enough, isn't it, to do it without politics and
exactly. Why would I want to have a rows with people?
Absolutely. You said Anthony Minghella was particularly good. Was it? He just had a very nice temperament.
Yeah. He was creative and allowed you to be creative as well. But everything was done by committee. We would mix a reel, and then we'd all take notes, and someone would have to take this list, and there may be 100 changes in a 20-minute reel, and we go through and we'd maybe do 60 or 70 of them, and then we'd play back again, and then there might be a list of 25 or something, and then we'd read you those. But each time, he'd say, so what do you think, Eddie? Or what do you think, Mike? The mix of Mike Prescott Smith. But he would ask everybody their opinion. Whether he was insecure, no, I don't think he was. He was very much put his arm around you and give you a little neck massage and thing. He was a gentle, kind, intelligent, erudite man. Absolutely adored him. It was the saddest thing when he died. Oh,
too young, wasn't he? He was only in his 50s, wasn't he?
54, yeah. I couldn't believe it. I just could not believe it, and I still find it hard. Probably my two favorites, Alan Parker and him. It's just, it's so sad still. I mean, Alan, although he was never going to make another film because he just sort of had enough really of having to find the money to make a film. That's why he never made another film. It was a fabulous script he was going to do, and he was offered 25 million to do it. I said it was going to be 25 million, but in fact it needed like 35, and he couldn't get money, so that was it. So he said, and excuse my language, this is on tape, fuck you. That's it. And that was basically it. And he went to art school.
Yeah. Have you ever had an experience where, because there's lots of films now that seem to have been micromanaged by studios, particularly what's happening with DC and changing the films? And do you ever had something where a film has just been taken away from the director, or just very unpleasant? There's lots of interference with it.
Well, Angel Heart was. We certainly had problems then. I forget who produced it. It might have been Elliot Kastner. I can't remember, but I know that there was interference there because America the American producers were frightened that they were getting an X certificate. No X certificate has really succeeded.
No,
maybe they have now, but anyway, but they hadn't then. So they needed to then take out a certain amount, and we were hanging around for a couple of months, and that's waiting for that to be done. But nothing, but not. Miramax did the worst things. On Coal Mountain, first cut I saw of Coal Mountain was 5 hours and 6 minutes,
wow.
which I've still got somewhere. I've got that version, and I thought it was superb. Yes, too long. Of course, it was too long, but probably 2 hours too long, but not 2.5. So each time, Harvey said, "No, it's too long. We've got to have more voiceover. We've got to do this." And every time they closed it up, it didn't speed it up; it slowed it down. Because when you take out, like I talked about earlier, we talk about air. When you take the air out of something, then it becomes continuous. But you have that nice. You go outside for something, and you see someone walking along, a distant shoreline, or walking up a mountain and down the other side. You get time to breathe. Everyone needs time to breathe. The film needs time to breathe, and I just think they take out all those lovely intermediary shots and just leave the action, and that happens on so many of the Marvel and the DC films, and you never get a break. I just think it's wrong. But yeah, I mean, the Coal Mountain wasn't ruined, but it wasn't as good a film as it could have been by taking the last 20 minutes that came out.
Well, if you look at the most successful films of the year, Oppenheimer, 3 hours 8 minutes. Talk about time to breathe, and you're getting away from the superhero films seem to be now kind of not doing very well, and it's these different films, Barbie, Oppenheimer, etc., that seem to be succeeding. And maybe audiences like what they've had enough of that. They want the beats, they want the moments, they want a different pace to things.
I think that's right, but there again, you get how long was the Scorsese film? 2 hours and 37 or something.
It's quite a long one, isn't it? Killers of the Flower Moon. That's a long.
To me, it was too long.
Yeah.
I got to say, it's not off the record, is it? But I've got to say that Leonardo DiCaprio's chin seemed to spend most of his time sticking out, and Robert De Niro was mugging all the way through, and it's so put off by it.
Yeah,
I mean, she was terrific. She was great. It looked fantastic, but I don't know.
Yeah, and finally, obviously we're here now to talk of the heart of our conversation was, of course, with Batman. Over 30 years later, we're still talking about it. although we knew it was going to be a successful film, everybody kind of knew it was going to be successful.
Yeah.
Did you think it would kind of have the life that it has?
No, no. I never thought it was that good, but I just loved the way it was so dark and interesting in the way it was shown. No, I knew it would be successful because everybody wanted to see it, but no, the longevity I never thought. I did some talk 5 years ago on it on its 30th with the chap called Wayne Imms. I don't know if you know him.
No.
He's an interesting character, and he always looks up these things. He was going to do The Crying Game at 30 years, but he couldn't get a print or the finance or to actually do the show. The fact that you can do that, the fact that you can show something 30 years later or 35 or 40 or whatever it is, I think it's great, rekindling the interest. But did I ever think the Batman, that we'd be talking about it now, 35 years later? No. I'm glad we are.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah. I mean, they re-released it in the cinema last year, and we went to see it, and it was packed auditorium, and the sound and music, everything was just fantastic. And I think it's perhaps a bit too dark for perhaps modern audiences, but I like the darkness and the things that Tim Burton brought to it. But, do you have any final closing comments about the film or anything we haven't touched on?
I don't believe so. I think we've talked. I've talked for quite a long time.
Oh yeah. It's been fantastic to talk to you, Eddie. It's been very interesting.
My pleasure. I've enjoyed it.
Oh, good. That's lovely. Well, thank you very much, and
pleasure.
And I wish you all the best with everything. And thank you very much for talking to me this evening.
It's an absolute pleasure.
That's very kind, and mine. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Eddie. Take care. Nice week. Bye.
Okay, how's this?
Yeah, perfect. Lovely.
All right.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Matt, for wanting to talk to me about Batman. It is very much appreciated.
Sure.
The first thing I wanted to ask you was, how did you come involved with the project in the first place?
It was like a audition for a film, like any other audition for a film, really. I mean, I was a Batman fan when I was a kid. I read all the comics, all DC comics, and also when the TV series came out, I loved it. It was so silly and so great. Really funny, genuinely funny.
Yeah.
So when I heard that they were going to make a movie, I was feeling pretty excited. And when I got the audition, I thought this was going to be good. So I went along and met Tim Burton and I just met Tim Burton that day. Yeah, so we just talked about things, and he was really excited about it and said, it's going to be really fun. Jack Nicholson's playing the Joker, and Michael Keaton's playing Batman, and I was a big fan of both of those. So that was cool. So we talked for a while, and we really got on, made each other laugh and stuff. So, you never know. When you do an audition and you walk out the door, you have no idea if you're going to get it or not. Because sometimes you think, oh, I sucked. And you get a thing saying, yeah, we really want you to do it, and it can work in the opposite way too. So
I suppose. Oh, so go on, Matt. Sorry.
No, I was going to say I got a call back for it. And so I went and met a couple of the other actors who would be playing goons, it turned out, because he had us in mind. He knew who he wanted. And he said, it's going to be really fun. It's going to be a lot of improv because Jack really likes to improvise on the day. And, don't worry about lack of lines in the script because you'll be just improving your ass off, basically. So, that was great. And so I got a call next day from my agent saying, yeah, you've got Batman. And what was it? I think it was 6 weeks. Yeah, 6 weeks at Pinewood on the back lot. So that was great because it was like November, and we just had a baby, and Naomi was September, October, November, is 2 months old. So I didn't want to be going away on location or anything for 6 weeks because I wanted to be there with her. And yeah, so we just started, and we arrived on the set. I'll just tell you the story of how that worked. We arrived on the set, and there were 3 of us talking goons. And we went in, and, you know, they put us all in the same big dressing room, which I thought was like, uh-oh, this is a warning signal, because you always want your own dressing room if you can have it, because you want to crash, you know, in your downtime, you want to play music, whatever you want to do. And so, you know, that I remember thinking, oh, that doesn't bode well. Sorry, I got an ant in my drink here. Get out. Oh, he's all right. You're safe now. Go home to your children. Yeah, so the wardrobe guy came in, Dave Whiting, and he had these beautiful outfits for us, like really, really nice. And so we were excited, you know, this is going to be great. And we didn't know each other, but we got to know each other really well. We played Scrabble, I would say, 150,000 times, because, well, it was mostly night shoot. And they would pick us up at home and drive us down to Pinewood, which would take 2 hours to get to Pinewood because it was like at rush hour time in the winter. And so they wanted to get us down there and get us kitted out and ready to go. But really what they could have done is just wait for an hour and 15 minutes. And then after rush hour is over, take us down, and we're there at the same time, because, you know, but it was fun because we were in the car talking and stuff. So that was all right. So first day that we're going to shoot, we roll up, and there are costumes are on the racks and all this stuff. And it was great, you know, really nice, beautiful costumes. Like I say, you know, we had these purple bomber jackets, and we had really nice basic black shirts and pants, trousers, you would say, and loads of silver and turquoise, and, you know, it was just really nice. So the third AD, I think, came in and said, come on, boys, we'll take you up on the back lot, and you can meet Jack. And then we're going to shoot a scene that's all about the crime lords. So we learned the script already, and we knew what that was about. And so we're thinking, yeah, this is great. We're going to meet Jack. It's going to be cool. So we go up there, and as we come over the crest and look at this fantastic set, I mean, it was like, just looked like a Gotham City. I mean, it was like big facades, and some of them also had backs to them, like the City Hall, for example, and the Art Museum and all that were actually buildings. I mean, they didn't mess around. They had a huge budget, and they spent it. They put the money on the screen, you know? And so as we come over this crest of the hill and we look at the back of the sound stage where we're going to be filming, we see like 25 other goons, all dressed exactly like us, you know, standing in a long line. And we found out that they were running goons, fight goons, dancing goons, you know, rolling bagoons. You think of a vowel and there's a goon for it. So they said, okay. They said, just get on line there and Jack's just finishing up a scene, and then he'll come out. And so we went, okay. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Now we're like goon 26, 27, and 28, on this long line. Have you heard this story before? Because I've told it more than once.
I don't think certainly not recently anyway. It's
Oh, cool.
no,
I'll keep
yeah.
going. Okay. So Jack comes out, full Joker regalia, and he starts at the top of the line. We're at the bottom of the line. He starts at the top of the line, and he's walking down the line with his hands behind his back, and he's looking at everybody. And every once in a while, he'd stop and go, very nice, very nice. And then just walk down the line a bit more. And he got to us, and it was like, very nice. And that was it. And he turned around on his heel and went back. And so I thought, yeah, that's screwed up completely, because you want to get introduced to the star that you're going to be spending the next 6 weeks with every day. And so that wasn't happening. So anyway, we go in, we shoot the scene, we shot part of the scene. You remember in the film, the Joker does a joy buzzer on one of the crime lords and incinerates him, so that there's just like a skeleton left, smoking skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that for that bit that we were doing. So while they were changing over the lights and all that stuff, turning the cameras around, they said, okay, guys, you can just sit off stage. There's furniture there. Just find yourself a place to perch, because we're not going to be long, but, it'll be, a few minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. So, okay. So I went and sat down in an armchair, and looking around, and I see Jack is sitting in another armchair a little bit ahead of me, like maybe 15 feet away, with his back to me, just kind of just sitting there. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go and introduce myself to him if nobody else is going to do it. So I kind of came up behind him, and he kind of looked a little bit over his shoulder, and I said, hi, Jack. I'm Mac, and I'm going to be gooning for you for the next 6 weeks. And he didn't really respond to it at all. He just kind of looked off into the distance and went, goon on, Mac. And I'm standing there going, oh, no. I just felt like a 6-foot lemon. And so I just turned around and went, yeah, see ya, and went back to my chair. And he never spoke to me again. Seriously. He talked to all the other guys, got quite friendly with them. We'd be in the car, right, driving up to the set. And he'd be fooling around with everybody and all that, but he totally ignored me. But I found out why, like on about day 3. I was talking to one of the other guys, and we were getting hair and makeup done. And so I told this little story about him not talking to me and stuff. And the makeup lady said, oh, Mac, darling, you made a big faux pas. I said, what do you mean? She goes, you don't introduce yourself to the star. You just don't do that. Not in Hollywood. It's like, that is verboten. And that's why. So that was why, which I thought was a bit chicken shit myself. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, he got lucky. He's a very talented actor, but he got the breaks and he rose up through the echelons and stuff and became Jack Nicholson. But there's other guys who are just as talented as he is and didn't get the right breaks, didn't go to the right audition or meet the right people or whatever. Not that I'm putting him down, because seriously, he's a terrific actor, you know what I mean? And I was really happy to be acting with him, and I would learn from him, because he was really good. One thing I remember him saying in hair and makeup one day, talking about, just talking about filming in general, and he goes, never stand when you can sit, and never sit when you can lie down. And I thought, that's great. That's really good advice. That stood me in good stead in the career to come. So yeah, that was kind of it. and I had all these delusions that it was going to be, you know, him going to me, you know, once we got to know each other, come on, Mac, come into my trailer, we'll smoke a joint, and listen, we're going on vacation, and if you want, you can just come out and take over the house with your family, bring your friends and all. This is my fantasy, right? No, wasn't going to happen. So that was that. And it turned out that the improvisation thing got screwed up too, because Tim Burton had an idea of the kind of film that he wanted to make with Michael Keaton. And it was like one of those really quirky, you know, Beetlejuice type, you know, Frankenweenie, crazy Tim Burton movies. But one of the producers, I can't remember his name. I think it was John Love or John Long or something like that.
Was it John Peters on that one?
John Peters, absolutely. And he used to be Barbra Streisand's hairdresser. So, I mean, you know, but he was a big, powerful producer. And his idea of what the Batman movie was going to be was like a car chase, martial arts fights, very exciting drama and all this stuff with very little quirk. Like we were getting set to film one of the first goon fights with you know, Michael Keaton in an alleyway. And you know that one with Kim Bessinger's there and all that stuff, you know, and they pull her up on the wire. And so, you know, we're getting ready, and we knew each other really well at that point. So we're just talking and getting ready to film the fight. And we're going through things with the stunt director. And then there's 3 guys turn up, and they're all obviously very fit, lean guys with swords in their goon costumes, of course, but with swords, you know, those kind of samurai over the shoulder things and all this. And they were going to be doing the fighting because it was going to be all these martial arts things. I mean, I had one hit from Michael Keaton where he slammed me into a bunch of garbage cans. And they said, do you want a stuntman for that? And I said, no, that's fine. And they said, well, don't worry, we're packing the back of it with loads of cardboard. So you just go as hard into it as you want because you won't hurt yourself, which was how it worked out. Like that. But these guys were doing fully choreographed, you know, you've seen the fights, I guess, you know, with Batman putting up his gauntlet and the sparks flying off and all that, because that's John Peters' movie. So anyway, Tim was pissed off, Tim Burton, because he really wanted to make a quirky, fun, great film that would live in the annals, because, I mean, Batman is iconic and had never been done as a film before, you know? And so he was pissed off, and he got further and further away from us, you know, if you know what I mean, because he would maybe want to do a scene with just us and Jack, and wasn't able to do it because John Peters wanted to do a fight, or he wanted to do a car chase or something like that. And so, you know, we did some improv, like the thing in coming up to the art museum, you know, I'm doing the mime and all that stuff, you know. I mean, we just made all that stuff up on the day. We did loads of that. We did our own blocking for the scenes, basically. So, yeah, so that was kind of the way that went. I want to tell you another quick story. It just reminded me of it, was that on the soundstage one day, we turned up and we were doing I think it was another alley. It was definitely another alley scene, but I don't think it was joined onto the one that we'd shot. It was like on its own. And it is the one where Michael Keaton and Kim Bessinger are there, and the goons show up in a car and jump out, and he takes his batarang and flings it up, and they rise up on the wire. You remember that, when they rise up on the batarang? And so Tim came over to me. We were just standing around the goon's car getting ready to do it. And I'm waiting for my stuntman to come because Tim wanted me to be the driver. And so when he came, we were going to start, but he didn't come. he had called up Tim and said, I'm really ill. I can't do it. Do you think Mac could do his own stunt? So Tim said, do you think you could do the stunt? Do you drive? And I said, yeah, sure. Like you do anything. If somebody asks you, can you do it? You go, yeah, of course I can do it. Like ride a horse, ride a giraffe, whatever. So I said, yeah, I can do it. And he said, okay. I hadn't driven a car for 20 years because when I came to England, I was living in a squat in Tufnell Park. I had no need for a car. It was hippie days, you know what I mean? Long hair, beard. I kind of look like I do now, only much more young and handsome and with longer hair.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so it was like, yeah, I'll do it. He goes, okay, well, what I want you to do is we're going to take you right out to the end of the alley because they had massive sound stages, right? That you could actually drive cars on and all this stuff. Because what they wanted to do was to control the weather because they had been told, you know, England is terrible in the winter. It just rains every day and you've got to be prepared for a lot of rain days and all. And so they said, well, no, we'll just build a sound stage that can accommodate all that. And you know, because when you have a lot of rain and stuff like that, you've got to, first of all, every scene you shoot outdoors is going to be, the streets are going to be wet. Even if the stars are out and the moon's out and there's no chance of rain, they wet everything down so that continuity is okay. The next time they shoot another part of that scene might be a really rainy night. So if you've got half of it shot in the lovely moonlight and half in the rain, don't match. So he said, what I want you to do is come tear ass on around the corner up there and just floor it. You probably get up to maybe 45, 50 miles an hour. And I want you to get as close to the camera position as you can because I want to see your face as you go by. And he said, don't worry about hitting Michael and Kim because I was going to be coming full tilt boogie down this alley and they're standing up in front of me, like just in the way. And I'm thinking, I'm going to hit these people. But no, he throws his batarang up. And of course, his stunt guys yank them up out of the way of the car. And he says, don't worry, that's our responsibility. You just floor it. Okay. I'm not kidding you, Philip. I was scared out of my brains. It was like I said, I hadn't driven for 20 years and I could drive all right. You know, I knew how to drive a car. And so I had the other goons in the back and stuff, and they're going, wow, that sounds really hairy, Mac. Yeah, I don't envy you. And I told them, I said, listen, man, I haven't driven in like 20 years. And they went, what? And I said, yeah. And they go, okay, all right, Mac, first positions, everybody, turn over, clapperboard, and we're going. So I got my action. Oh, I came tearing around the corner and I'm looking at the camera position and it's coming up really fast. And I thought, well, if he wants me close, I've got to get close. So I did, and I'm looking and they're like right in front of me. And I thought, this is it. And then whoomph, they were pulled up into the wings and, you know, and I'm through and I screeched to a halt and they went, oh, that was great. That was great. But we had a little problem with the camera, so we're going to have to do it again. So if you just back up like about 150 yards, right? So I said, okay. And I had to actually do it 3 times that day. And when I finished, it was, you know, late November and my shirt and everything was soaked with flop sweat, we call it, you know, like nervous sweat. Yes. And I was just so glad to get that over and finished with, right? Because, you know, they did get them out of the way, but we were so close to them when they did it, which made a really exciting shot, but it scared me witless. So we stopped for lunch and we're walking up toward the restaurant, you know, and I noticed that Kim Bassinger was, I don't know, about 10 feet ahead of me. And I said, oh, and she was walking with her personal assistant, her hairdresser, and her whatever, somebody else, wardrobe. So there's like 4 of them. And I said, hey, Kim, we got so close to you, I could see the seam in your stockings. And her wardrobe mistress wheeled around and went, she isn't even wearing stockings. And I went, I did it again. I just talked to the star. What is wrong with me? Anyway, that was that.
So Kim Basinger was a bit like Jack Nicholson in that respect. She wasn't that
No,
approachable.
she wasn't, but her wardrobe person was.
Hmm.
She smiled at me when I said that.
Yeah.
But her wardrobe lady was furious that I would have the temerity to talk to Kim without being talked to.
Hmm.
So that was the deal. Yeah.
So how was so go on, Matt.
Oh, all right. This just wraps up that little thing. Is that one day I came in on a Saturday, and when I came into the dressing room area and all that, you know, I heard work going on, big work, saws and buzz saws and all this stuff and sledgehammers. And so Dave Whiting came in with my costume, and I said, what's the deal, man? Why is there all this work going on? And he said, oh, well, yesterday, Kim came into her dressing room and she needed to talk to Jack about something. So she went and knocked on Jack's dressing room, and she saw that Jack's dressing room was about 15 feet longer than hers and 5 feet wider than hers. So what they're doing is knocking through Kim's wall into the next dressing rooms and taking all that out, propping it up with arch supports and all this stuff so that she would have a bigger dressing room than he has. And I went, oh, man. That's Hollywood. That's the epitome of Hollywood, really.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's strange because obviously Jack was a bigger name than she was, and you think she would go, well, he
Not
should
to
have.
her.
Not to her, no.
You know, to him, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Did you have meet Michael Keaton?
Yeah, he was lovely. He was super nice, chatty, friendly. He was in agony all the time because his Batman costume was really, really rough to get into and move in. You had to get into it like a wetsuit, only it was much thicker than a wetsuit because it had all that prosthetic kind of muscly stuff. Because he has a good physique. He had a good physique, but it wasn't Batman type, you know, you know what Batman's costume looks like.
Yeah.
So he was always sweating his ass off and really, you know, uncomfortable. But it didn't matter to him because he's a really lovely guy. Yeah. Who else was a big star in that?
Had Tracy Walter as Bob.
Oh, Tracy.
Yeah.
He was funny, peculiar, but also nice, funny guy. But yeah, hilarious. He kept totally freaked out about he wouldn't get home for Christmas because we were shooting in November and early December and all that stuff. And there was no way we were going to shoot up to Christmas Day. But yeah, he was a good friend of Jack's. So that's why he got on, I think. And well, you know, again, good actor, so good character actor. Yeah.
Did you I suppose Jack Palance, you never encountered him at all? He was on separate stuff.
No, I didn't have anything with him.
You mentioned the mime scene. Would you have sort of studied how mimes sort of move, or would you just sort of do what felt organic?
Yeah. When you're an actor, you learn all the basics of that kind of thing, you know, I mean, but also you learn to take the piss out of it too, because I mean, it's like, it's real actorly thing, you know, in drama school and all that to be a good mime or whatever. And so, you know, also we knew that the Joker's gang were not going to be professional mime artists. They were just pretending to be all these different people to get inside that museum, you know, so that they could do their wreckage. yeah, so I mean, I knew it, and I was, you know,
Hmm.
I've been doing funny mime for years, so yeah.
I was wondering about the scene in the museum, the dance sequence, messing up the paintings, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
I looked at the film yesterday, and I couldn't see you in that scene. Were you originally, or was it just not something you were called to do?
I was in it, and what they did was, for some reason, because I had my own stuntman, and what was his name? Terrence Plummer, I think.
Terence Plummer, yeah.
Yeah. And he was really nice guy, real cockney, you know, he didn't have any lines and stuff, you know, because everybody had to be American. But yeah, he was in the helicopter, I remember. And I think he had a jump off the float, like when the Smilex
I
floats
think,
were
I
going in the
think he does,
parade,
yeah.
something like that.
Mhm.
He had, you know, other stuff. But I mean, I was young and could roll around and, you know, bump into things as well as anybody else, really. But the dangerous stuff would all be done by them.
Mhm.
Um, but we looked a lot alike, and they made a really stupid mistake by giving him the exact same costume as I had, including like I had a baseball hat, and he turned up with exactly the same baseball hat, which makes sense because he's doing my stunts and all that stuff. But they put us in the same scene. So basically, you've got two goon number twos in different parts of the thing doing, I guess, different wreckage. I think my thing was there was maybe a head of George Washington. I don't even know if it made the cut. So maybe I was cut. I don't remember it. I haven't watched the film in
Mhm.
years, you know, and it was 34 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, for 34 years, yeah. I know if you Google Matt McDonald Batman, pictures of Terry Plummer will
Yeah,
come up, you know.
yeah, yeah.
Um, but he's obviously a very prolific stunt man who done a
Oh,
huge
yeah.
number of was he a nice guy?
Very nice. All those guys,
Mm.
George, Philip Tan,
Mm.
Terry, and yeah, a couple of other ones. I can't remember the head stunt guys thing. I get it confused in my head with a film that I did in Africa. It was the George Lucas Adventures of Young Indy.
Oh yeah.
And there's an episode where Indiana Jones, when he's 18, goes to East Africa and meets this gang of old timers who are kind of, you know, fighting against the Germans and stuff, but they're all old guys. And that was a great bunch of people. We had such a good time.
Mm.
And so I kind of, because they had some older stuntmen, I kind of mix it up in my head with
Mm.
with Batman.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well, you mentioned George Lane Cooper again, somebody that appears in this Superman and a number of other lots of TV series as well. Did you get to hang out with George much, and do you have any sort of lasting impressions of him?
um, not really, just generally, nice guy. I mean, we wouldn't hang out together because the actors and the stunt guys, although they like each other and they have to do with each other, and if you're standing there talking, to somebody else, you'll be talking to them too. It's not like
Mm.
you're there's no pecking order or no hierarchy or anything
Yeah.
like that. So I just remember them being all very nice guys. I mean, Phil Tan rang me up one day and said, "Did you get your jacket?" I said, "What? What jacket?" He said, "You didn't get a jacket?" I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Oh, well, we all went down to Pinewood and we got these goon jackets. Not purple, though. They're black, and, that's the differentiation of them."
Mm.
Well, I said, "Well, we didn't get any phone calls." So I called up Richard Strange and said, "Did you get a phone call about a jacket?" He said, "No." I said, "Well, come on, man. They're giving jackets to the stunt men. I think they can give one to us actors." And so I called up Pinewood Wardrobe Department and said, "Hi, it's Mac McDonald. I'm just calling to see when I can come down and pick my jacket up." And the woman went, "Oh, I said, yeah, Jack called me a couple of days ago and said, yeah, I've got some great jackets for you guys. You know, you're going to love them. You're going to love them." And I said, so just, you know, Richard's here with me, and we just wanted to know when we could drive down and pick them up. And she went, "Oh, hang on, Mac. I've just got to talk to somebody." And she goes away, and obviously she's going, "What am I going to say to them?" And somebody said, "Give them a jacket." They had some jackets, you know. And so they found me a nice jacket that fit me, was my size, and one for Richard and one for Carl. And so we got our jackets. So, oh no, I'm getting it mixed up with another thing too. I'm sounding like an old person. But there was one time with a cowboy hat that was in on a commercial, and they promised me I could have my beautiful Stetson cowboy hat. And then they couldn't locate it when I was done with the day's shooting, and it turned out that one of the ad guys had taken it for his daughter. So things like that happen too, you know.
Mm.
But anyway, we got really nice jackets out of the deal.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, when I interviewed Philip Tan, he was wearing the jacket when he came on, and it's a nice,
Yeah.
a really nice keepsake, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I wore mine, and so it just got tatty after a while. But they were cool. They had a Joker patch on them on one arm, and a Batman patch on the other arm. And yeah, nice.
Yes, nice touch, isn't it, to have? You mentioned Carl Chase.
Yeah,
He's in the film quite prominently. Again,
yeah.
was Carl a nice guy?
Oh, Carl was really lovely, really funny. We had a great time. The three of us goons had a really good time. So even though we had downtime, you know, because what they would do is they would call us in, even if they knew that we weren't going to be shooting that night, because they would use us if something happened. Like if they were shooting outside and it started to rain, then if we were there, then they could come inside and use us inside, you know. So
Mm.
so we spent a lot of time together, and he was a good Scrabble player, and Richard was good, and you know.
I wanted to mention David Lee, who was Michael Keaton's stunt double, who was a martial arts expert.
Okay.
Did he leave an impression on you?
No, I
No.
can't remember him. I probably saw him and all that, but I think those guys are really focused, and you know, you don't see them hanging around or anything. You know, they're doing something. So, yeah,
Yeah, because obviously he was the knife scene. He was the connections and stuff. So you obviously have a lot to focus
yeah.
on doing as a stunt person. So I suppose you were given for being perhaps a bit sort of single-minded
You
because
don't
you've
even
got to
think
be.
about it. You don't even think about it. They're
Yeah.
thinking about if they're on set, it means that they're doing a, what do they call it, a gig, or they're doing a gag. That's it.
Hmm.
A gag is like I did another film in Barcelona, and I got friendly with one of the stuntmen. And one day I went in, and he was really nervous, and I said, "What's the matter?" He goes, "Oh, I got a really big gag this afternoon. I've got to come tear assing down on my motorcycle, dump it, you know, get down on the ground while it's moving, and go right between the wheels of an articulated lorry." He said, "Pretty much at speed, not kind of, you know, slow motion and they'll speed it up on the day. That doesn't happen." So he, you know, yeah, those guys, I have all the admiration in the world for those guys. They're so brave and crazy. Let's be honest about it. They're completely nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but fun to hang out with.
I've done quite a few events with stunt coordinators, but Paul Weston, Rocky Taylor, those kind of people, and
No, Rocky was on. Oh, this, I got to tell you this, and then maybe I'm going to have to bunch.
yeah.
But yeah, so we're in East Africa, in Kenya, and Rocky is the head stuntman,
Oh,
and older Irish guy, and he's got a rep among the stuntmen as being the craziest of all the stuntmen. Like you tell him to jump off a building, like a 5-story building, and he'll go. He'll have done it by the time you got the last word out of your mouth. But this one day, because we were shooting a lot in safari parks, and when you're in a safari park, basically, they just kind of take you in, and you're in the wild. There's lions loose. There's no bars. There's nothing that keeps you separated from the wild animals, except for you're always in a vehicle. You don't ever get out of the vehicle unless, if you're doing a scene, then obviously they've got guards all around with rifles and stuff, because animals are really unpredictable. So anyway, this one morning, the stunt guys, there's about 5 of them in a vehicle, and right next to the hotel in the safari park was a landing strip for private planes to come in. And when the sun would come up in the morning, it would hit the end of the landing strip and warm that bit up, because the nights there are kind of cold, but the days are super hot. But that's the first thing to get hit, was the end of that landing strip. So they're going down to the location. And somebody said, "Oh, look, man, look out at the end of the strip. There's a couple of lions." And so Rocky goes, "Oh, stop the car. Stop the car." And so we stopped, or not me, I wasn't in it, but they stopped the car. And before the driver could say anything, Rocky was out of the car walking toward this lion at the end of the landing strip. And everybody's going, what's he doing? He's walking out there. And when he gets within about, say 20 yards, he stops. And the lion's like looking at him like, "What do you think you're doing, bitch?" And all of a sudden, Rocky goes and runs at this lion. I am not kidding you. And this is vouched for by all these guys. Runs right towards him, waving his arms and screaming like this. And the lion goes, whoa, gets up and boots like really, really fast, runs away. So Rocky just stops, turns around, and takes a bow. And so everybody goes, wow, like this. So I think it was the next day, I was talking to our driver, Stephen, who is a really great African guy. And I told him about this. He said, "Oh, I know all about that, Mac. I heard." And so I said, "Well, what was the chances that the lion would react differently and actually go for him? Because the lion's going to kill him every time, right?" And I said, "So what are the odds?" And Stephen went, 50-50, and he would eat your heart first.
Right.
Okay. So literally, he had a 50% chance of dying that day, but he thought it'd be a good laugh.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Rocky is a force unto himself. Definitely, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Oh, you met him? Yeah. He's great.
Yeah. It's really, really, really good. My final question, just to sum up the chat. Sure. Do you remember seeing Batman when it first came out, and were you very happy with the final results?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think that I must have seen it at a cast and crew first. Yeah, I thought it was a great movie. We had enough to do. We were paid extremely well for it, so that's always a good memory. And met a lot of people that were really nice. Remained friends with some of them.
Were you happy with your demise in the film? You get blown up, I think, by the Batmobile. So
that would be Terry. That wouldn't be me involved in the actual shot. But yeah,
yeah, I think you're in that scene. So I think that's where your character ends up with. But it must be nice to, as a Batman fan, to be around the Batmobile. And did you get to go in the Batcave and that kind of stuff? Or
yeah, but we were supposed to have nothing to do with any of the big props, especially the Batmobile. And we had to sign the very first NDA, non-disclosure agreement, because yeah, like it was 35 years ago, excuse me. 35 years ago, there was no such thing as NDA, but they wanted to keep everything completely secret so that it would all be a surprise. So we had finished for the day, and Richard and I were walking to where our drivers were and stuff on the back lot. And we're talking and stuff, and we look and we pass in this garage, and we look in the garage is the Batmobile on its own with nobody around. So of course we had to take pictures. So we did, but I don't think I even have them anymore. But if we had gotten caught, our asses would have been in a sling.
Yeah. So there was quite a lot of privacy with some of the sets and things. And
Very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we would eventually see everything, and of course we'd see the Batmobile and all that stuff, on set, but you wouldn't get to take a picture with it. No way in the world would you ever have that happen. So that was kind of good luck for us.
Well, I think it's a lovely story to end it, Mac. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. It's been really fun.
Been fun.
So, well, have a good week. Take care of yourself, and hopefully maybe chat to you in the future about something.
Always, Philip. You're great. Just let me know what you need, and I'll be there for you.
That's very kind and very much appreciated. But yeah, have a great week, and I'll catch you later.
All right, Philip.
Bye. Bye.
Get rid of that. There we go.
Great.
Oh, Philip, how'd you do?
I'm very, very good. How's your week so far?
Busy at the moment, but fine so far. Fine.
Good, excellent. Well, thank you very much for wanting to talk to me about Batman. It is extremely kind of you.
I don't mind looking at something away in the past. I don't like looking in the present so much. I was once told by I'm not dropping names here, but he did tell me, it was early in my so-called career. Charlton Heston said, I asked him whether I should be watching the rushes. He said, the rush, it's always good to watch for your next film. And of course, you're always thinking, I'll wait till the next film and then I'll watch the rushes, because it made me kind of very conscious of what I was doing, and that doesn't help at all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The first thing I wanted to ask you, I just because my events is as much about the people as it is the subject matter. So I thought my audience might like to know, first of all, kind of what inspired you to be an actor, sort of going back to the beginning, why you wanted to be in that profession.
I'm not even sure I had a choice. My mother sent me to go lessons to learn to speak. I think, maybe just to because she thought it was a good idea to have a class with other kids. They weren't all kids, but what I started doing was going to a radio class in Toronto, a class that was connected to to performing on the radio, and we used to do a show every Saturday. We had a wonderful teacher, director, writer called Lynn Cook, and so I started very young, but maybe before that, even at camp. I went to camp when I was 4 because my mother was working in Toronto, and I went up to the North Ontario and loved camp, and I got doing drama in the camp. So I obviously enjoyed that too. I still remember the smell of the kind of wardrobe shack out the back of the stage, and I used to love that as a kid. So I then ended up doing the radio show and doing play as a young child, which kind of ties into Batman in an extraordinary way. I did a play at Hart House Theatre in Toronto, the University of Toronto, called All My Sons by Arthur Miller. Now, this was with a university company, and many of them went on to become some of Canada's best actors. But I was still a kid because somebody in the production knew me from camp. He was directing me at camp. He was a counselor, got me on stage. And so somehow or other, I got, I was on stage in All My Sons. Now, the tie-in to Batman was just before I did Batman. I'd been doing All My Sons on the West End here. I wasn't playing the same part because when I was a kid, I was playing Bert, the little kid from next door who likes Joe Keller and comes around. And when I was doing Batman, my wife Liza, who was playing my wife at the beginning, we were mom and dad, or supposedly mom and dad, that's what we're called. And holy, the little boy that came on into, we were introduced to the night of the filming was the same little boy who played Bert in All My Sons in our production for a few months in the West End. And that was a nice kind of reunion in a way. We hadn't expected it. So there he is, this little boy at the beginning of the thing with us, and we were a family of 3. And he did very well. He was very, I don't know what's become of him, what he's doing with his life now. But it was fun to have him as our son in the beginning, because I was lucky enough to be working with my wife, and there was somebody, a young son for us, who I was quite close to because of the play in the West End. So that is the connection. And curiously enough, I've done All My Sons now 3 times. So All My Sons has stayed with me, a play I love very much. And I did it with a wonderful cast, Rosemary Harris and Colin Blakely and others who I like very much. We played for a long time, 9 months. So Batman followed that within a couple of years. So it was very fresh in my mind.
I saw All My Sons in the West End. Bill Pullman was in that one, and yes, it's a phenomenal play, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is. Very, very moving. We did it later on the radio as well. So yeah, I've always been connected to it in some way.
Yeah. And it was the young kid we were talking about, Adrian Myers was his name, but I haven't got any credits beyond Batman. There's 1 or 2, and then he seems to kind of disappear, as a lot of people tend to do.
Well, yeah. Tell me what did you Hugh was it?
It was Adrian Myers.
Adrian Myers. Well, I'll remember.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I haven't looked it up myself. I'm glad you told me that. Good.
And so, how was it that your wife ended up being cast alongside you?
Well, we were all in Spain together, my son and my wife and I and my daughter. I had I still have it, but anyway, I have an old, what they call a cortijo, an old farmhouse in a little town called La Mabola. And we were down there, and I came back, and I said to Tim, I had to go for the interview. And as soon as I got back, I might even have come directly from the airport. I don't remember. But I then sort of said, oh my God, I have these pictures from my holiday. Because I talked about my wife, and I talked about my son and so on. And he said, well, show me them. And I showed him, and he said, well, why doesn't your son come in and perhaps he could play it? And he did, and he didn't. He sounded too English because he's basically English. And so, but he did ask, or his agent phoned about my wife, and she got in, and he said, yes, that's great. So let's have you all. So it was just a nice coincidence that we all happened to be in my. I had the photographs, and we got on well, Tim and I, in the first little interview, and he was kind enough to put the parts our way.
And so, was he quite good at as a director? Was he very much an actor's director?
Well, the nice thing about Tim, he didn't seem to be. It didn't interfere too much, especially in the first play. And he allowed us enough freedom to really enjoy it. And he was away for the first scene. He was away on the crane for the beginning part of it. And he was very laid back and very helpful, but not intrusive in a sort of heavy directorial way, and just really pleasant to work with. And also, for us, the first scene, the first stepping into that set of Gotham City was just fantastic. It's probably one of the most exciting, certainly, evenings I've spent on film anywhere, because it was fantastically real. I even thought that the characters who were playing the homeless on the street were actually brought in from the center of London. I couldn't figure it out. I thought they were there. They didn't seem to have a break, or maybe they had a break, but I didn't see it. They didn't seem to stop being homeless on the street the whole night. And then you had the steam coming out of the sort of the sewers below, or the whole city was so real. I don't know. I just it kind of was completely in that milieu, and we had, of course, extras around us who were probably feeling the same way. Anyway, that initial scene, and because Tim left us enough, I think we threw in some of our own lines. Certainly, it was not so rigid that we were just tied to the text that Tim had written. He'd written a skeletal text, but we filled it in a little bit. And it felt like that was like being creative, if you like, you know. It had a very nice kind of real buzz about it for me.
Yeah, it has a great sort of real look, doesn't it? I mean, people wouldn't really, unless they kind of knew a bit about the film, they wouldn't think it wasn't an actual location. So it was a real stunning set design by Anton Furst, I think.
Yeah, incredible. And I just, I mean, it went on. We had 2 nights, and I think the next night we got hit, and then Liza does her famous scream, and I get hit, and I think they were very good to us. I got hit a number of times, fell a number of times, and then I was offered a massage. I was offered Jack Nicholson's masseur, but I didn't take it up. But I've got to say, and later on, when I went back for something, I did rescue. I always liked something from the set. I know I couldn't do it on Star Wars, but I did ask them if I could have my hat.
Oh,
I have the hat to this day, and I haven't actually worn it in another play, but
yeah.
I just have it there, and I've got a number of hats from in fact,
Yeah.
I don't tell them this, but I have a hat from the National Theatre. I actually really paid them back, because I did a play at one time, another Arthur Miller play called The Fall, After the Fall, at the National Theatre. And I loved that hat. It's a little different from this one. And it became mine. We played quite a while, and then I brought it back when I did the play a few years ago called The Visit. And so I've used the hat for the National a number of times. And I even asked Arthur Miller at that time, because he mentions in his autobiography, or one of his books, he mentions his father in the hat, something to do with that. And I said, could I use it? And he said, no. But anyway, hats seemed to figure for Arthur Miller, and he certainly figured for me. Yeah. The story. Oh, the other thing I did from when I went back for some makeup check or other, I said, you know, my mother, when she came to see this play, she came out from Canada to see me in the play. She said, I bow, and I've got this terrible spot on my head. Now, of course, my whole head's empty. But I said, can I have some of Jack's spray for that little spot? It was then little. And they said, sure, he's gone. He's back home. you can have his mane, M-A-N-E was called. And I still have that can. I still have that can of mane. I don't use it because there's not much point. But yep,
Yeah.
I did ask for Jack's trick of the blackening of the hair. I'm sure his pillows were completely black if he wore the same stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful. And it's lovely to have some souvenirs from these things. You mentioned Arthur Miller. What was he like as a person?
Well, he's kind of awe-inspiring. He big man and lovely voice, and with his incredible reputation, his intellect, and he's perfectly nice and gentle to us. He didn't belabor us. I think he liked what we were doing with All My Sons. He was there for a week with us at the National with our director Michael Blakemore, and I think what I did something different from the famous Ed Begley, who played it originally on Broadway, and I actually hit Colin, and I remember asking him, or him telling us that he liked that. It was strong. Hitting my father in the stomach at the climactic moment of end of Act 2. I hit him. I'm so disillusioned with my father that I hit him in the stomach in a rage, and also after a long speech. But he liked that instead of me just pummeling on him, pummeling my father on the back in kind of helpless way. But yeah, he came to dinner with us. We all had dinner. He was a perfectly nice company man. With great command.
Oh, that's wonderful. Of course, the Batman was shot at Pinewood Studios. Obviously, you worked at Elstree and all over. Do you have a favorite studio? Is it something special about Pinewood?
Well, I did a lot of work at Twickenham Studios, a smaller one. And that was my first. I did a film in which I played a Vietnam deserter. It was virtually on all the way through. It was a film that disappeared without, well, not completely without trace. But anyway, it was called Some Kind of Hero. And anyway, I started that. It was based in Twickenham, Antony and Cleopatra, which I did along with the lead in Some Kind of Hero. It was also out of Twickenham. And then we did a lot of dubbing at Twickenham. So Twickenham, it's a small studio. It's a kind of cozier little studio in St. Margaret's, and that became more home than Pinewood. But we did a lot of dubbing at Pinewood as well. And don't forget the Bond film. I was in very cold winter, Christmas time, doing that Spy Who Loved Me, running around as one of the crewmen on USS Wayne, it was called.
I've been back in the 90s where Pinewood was a bit more accessible to film fans. I went on a tour of the back lot, and it was mid-November, and it was one of the coldest places I've ever been to. I don't know what it is about Slough, but it's something that can be very bitter. So I do feel
and also, David, we were in a tank full of water, that huge tank, and it was smelled continually of carbon. There were a lot of guns going off in the tank all the way through and it was, I can remember that smell as well. Also, we were part of the crew, and we had a scene in the gantry above the tank, above the 3 submarines below us, and one scene. They had set explosives in all around the gantry. There was supposed to be an attack, and there was supposed to be a few explosions in barrels full of cork around the gantry, and it caught fire. They said action, and the whole thing went boom, 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 all around this gantry. And some actors were being hurt because the cork was going off at random, and some were clipped in the ear, some in the stomach with bits of cork. And that's was painful and caused serious injuries to some of them. So it was a crisis situation. I thought that what I'm going to do when they say action, when it goes off, I'm going to follow Roger. I'll get out right behind him if I can onto the walkway outside. It was still high above, but at least I didn't know it was going to catch fire, but it did. And I got up behind Roger. We looked around, and the whole place was on fire. The actors were desperately trying to get out. It was a terrible, terrible event. And we all, later on, we gathered together and made a small protest and got an extra payment, I think, if everybody did, which wasn't really enough, but we continued on the film, and then the thing was forgotten. Not forgotten in the actors' memories, especially the ones that were hurt. But anyway, that became very exciting. So Pinewood has memories as well.
Yeah.
Different kind of memory.
And was Elstree quite nice to work with? Because obviously you won the Star Wars film there for a little bit. Was Elstree quite good?
No, Star Wars. We just had the one. I'm not sure whether it was Pinewood or Shepperton.
I think they did use a couple, I think, on that one. So yes, you might have been possibly in Shepperton for that one.
I think the big hangar scene was at Shepperton. I always say it was the Mastazai.
Yeah.
And I remember being there. I'd just come off the set of Bridge Too Far, because I fitted that one in. I just had a little tiny scene in Bridge Too Far, but it was exciting. So I came off the Bridge Too Far and then straight to Pinewood to shoot that hangar scene where I get back with Luke, and we go off to fight the Battle of Yavin. So and I remember going up to George and saying, "Well, George, I'm sorry." He said, "What are you sorry for?" I said, "Well, look at my hair." He said, "What?" I said, "They've cut it. It was long and stuff. They've cut it on the film. I had to." Richard Attenborough said, "You've got to have your hair cut." And I had to do it. He said, He said, "Don't worry about that." He said, "You got it cut at the Academy." Okay. So that's our story. If anybody realized my hair was shorter, I'm sure they didn't. But that whole scene I loved, because it was a nice meeting Mark again, and we'd been away, and I'd been away doing this thing, and it was just a nice reunion. So the scene itself is a reunion in a way, and our own personal reunion came into that scene. So it's a very nice feeling, I think, just a very brief scene.
And was Tunisia quite an interesting place to film? Was it quite difficult?
Well, it wasn't difficult. No, in fact, it was more like a holiday really at the beginning, before I was actually on set. So we were at a little place, a resort on Jerba, and we did stupid things, but one of them being, somehow or other, I like horses and I like to ride, and I said, "Well, they got horses here. Let's go out." So I got Anthony Forrest and myself and Mark, and we all had a crazy ride up and down the beach. I mean, really racing each other on these Tunisian horses, which I loved, because I'd spent a whole sort of 6 months and maybe almost a year in the desert in Morocco and Libya. And so I knew I had my own horse over there that we were using in the film, and it was really beautiful. I would ride into the desert. So I wanted to ride, and I'd enjoyed it. Fortunately, Mark didn't get hurt. If he'd got hurt, we would have been ruined. But fortunately, he didn't. It was a crazy idea, but I loved it. So actually, Tunisia was, because I'd worked in Arab country for almost a year, 13 months really, on a film called The Message. Because of that, I was quite used to the Arab, the whole milieu, Tunisia being very like Morocco. And in fact, that's one of the things I talked to George about in the interview we had. I felt, George wanted or seemed to want me to talk, and I just sort of blathered on about working in the desert and so on. So yeah, Tunisia itself was just as nice as Morocco had been. Hot, ferociously hot, but still, I was well used to that. And we had a lovely scene when Mark and I did the scene that we shot down there, which is, of course, the Tatooine scene. When we did that, it was a gorgeous day, and it was not far from the sea, just down where the rocks there, and George was quite a way away again. So it was a difficult scene, but it was perfectly comfortable. Otherwise, the dialogue was a bit difficult.
Yeah, I did hear that Harrison Ford very famously said that to George that George, you can write this shit, but you can't say it. And so it must have been quite a
but in fact, there are lines in there that are really terrific, and they may be difficult to say, but if you say them quickly, they have a real nice ring to them. And we cut one that we thought was a bit much. Mark and I said, George, we really can't say this. We're a couple of shooting stars. It'll never. I can't remember how the end. There'll be a couple of shooting. They'll never stop us, or something like that. And which is this. Will never be stopped. Who will never be stopped? We're a couple of shooting stars who will never be stopped. And in fact, I go down in flames just shortly after that. But it was a lovely line. We said, no, George, it's a bit too much to say that. But it wasn't. It was a nice line. And I had another one. You'll end up a dark spot on the downside of a canyon wall. I love that beat of it.
I mean, so it's quite a lot of special effects in that movie. Are you quite comfortable working with CGI environments, or as an actor, is it kind of a bit against what you're in the profession for, in a way?
Well, yeah, but I wasn't in CGI. No. Where? In what? In Doctor Who, I was. In Doctor Who, I'd become flying angel. I pulled up on strings, and it was just early days of green screen. But no, there's no CGI. When I was blown up, that was all done in digital. I was just in a very simple rig in Star Wars.
Still back projection and things like, sort of things.
Well, it didn't happen around us. The sets in the cockpit and the battle, of course, they were rudimentary, and what they did later was I think some of them, the pilots seemed to talk about explosions behind them, but I don't remember that. I have not worked a lot with green screen, except, as I say, what was it, 1972 with Doctor Who. They were really early days with.
Well, I think it was color separation overlay. I think they used a lot in those days. So, which is basically kind of early green or blue screen, but
what's it called? What did you call it?
Color separation overlay, or CSO.
Oh yeah, colors. Separate CSO, that's right.
Didn't always work, but sometimes it was a bit of a fad at the time. And of course, sometimes they used it a bit too much, because a bit like when TV went into color, suddenly everything was like a rainbow.
So, I haven't watched. Well, I watched the series of Doctor Who with Katie Manning, and I did commentary on it, but again, it was very rudimentary, but we were in a real set. We were in the caves mainly, in the sort of Bromley, Chislehurst. That's it, Chislehurst Caves. So we had pretty realistic environment.
And was it nice working with John Pertwee?
Yeah, a lovely man. I was very lucky, because it was I think the first television I'd done over in this country. And, it was lovely people to work with. A lovely initiation that was. So I'd done a lot in Canada, and in New York. I'd done a big show in New York, but this was quite different to Doctor Who.
Yeah, there's obviously got, you say, the lovely Katie Manning, who I've met at some events, and Christopher Bowie, a great director.
Yeah.
So again, you put pretty strong sort of crew at that stage of the
Very
show.
much so. And I worked with Chris again in the Moonbase. The funny thing is that we were allowed to play Italians, and that's one of the reasons I was a bit worried about One Black September. It just wasn't the time for that show at that time.
Mm.
And I was playing an Arab terrorist, and I thought, no, that's not it. That's another thing that I thought, oh gosh, how did I get away with that? And then I paid an Israeli, I think a member of Mossad at one point in another show. So we were allowed to do that, but nowadays it has to be real. You have to have been a member of the CIA or the FBI or practically. Although I've played the head of the CIA, I don't know. The head of head of NASA. I played the head of NASA at one point, the head of the CIA in another, and lots of generals that I couldn't possibly fulfill their duties, but I have with glories of costumers.
It's very interesting that now of acting that it is almost acting, because you have to be you have to have, if somebody has a certain condition, that they prefer actors to I think with Richard the Third in the Globe coming up, there was a big fuss with the fact that it wasn't a disabled actor playing Richard III. And of course, surely the whole point of being an actor is you can play anything, and the sense of that seems to be deteriorating, I think, at the moment.
Well, it's become much more specific, and indeed, it's wonderful that they do now diversify as much as they do. The National Theatre, particularly, has been very good about that, and it gives us these wonderful actors. I mean, he was terrific. I've just seen an excerpt on TV, the Richard III, and apparently now he's in Shardlake or doing something like that, I think. And of course, in Mark Play at the National, we had some wonderful actors who were, slightly disabled in some way, and indeed, all actors, if you pull them out, I bet they'd say, well, I'm not very good with this, or this is bad, or whatever. It's the inclusivity is terrific now. It gives everybody a chance, I hope. It's tricky because often the actors, the established actors, feel slightly aggrieved, but they can't play Othello or whatever. But there were some wonderful, wonderful actors that we haven't seen very much of until in the last few years.
Oh yeah. I think it's the positives far outweigh the negatives, I think, with all of this. I know when I did my event for Return of the Saint with Ian and Prue, that we were a bit worried, even because, of course, the whole Israeli situation, the latest situation, had happened, I think, within a couple of months of our event, and I know we were all kind of a bit concerned how to kind of sort of deal with it. And of course, that would have been kind of similar to when you made it. It was still quite a situation. So I can see why you might have felt it'd be a bit delicate at the time.
Well, I think I would, and that's without even really remembering the plot very well. What did I do? I remember being jabbed with a needle, or not jabbed, because the actor had trouble putting the needle in my arm, or pretending to, and that was a bit of a crisis in that particular episode. But I also remember working with Leslie Norman and his telling me that I said, Leslie, do we have to do this again? This was a jump I did down onto the wharf or something. I remember that. And he said, if you're an actor, you choose to do something, you have to continue be able to do it forever. And it's true. We did. but and he taught me a lesson there. I never complained. If you decide to do an action, you've got to be able to continue doing it until he says that's your take.
And you do have a lot of scenes with an actress called Emily Bolton. Do you remember her at all?
Yeah, I remember Emily. I'm not too sure where or how she is now, but I remember then she went on to do Tenko, and I think maybe I've seen her at a convention years ago. So you kind of lose touch, but I remember Emily very well. Um, and Prue, is Prue in Hollywood? I don't see.
Well, no. Well, I'll just fill you in on Emily, because obviously she went to she did Moonraker, quite a nice role in the Roger Moore Bond films.
Right.
You have a Bond connection in common. But I did obviously try and find her for the event, and again, just seems to sort of have disappeared. Her credits kind of run dry, sort of not too long after the episode. So I've been going to conventions probably for the last 20 years. I've never seen her or one of those. Maybe she's living a nice, quiet life somewhere, as people
Well, I hope so.
tend to do. But
there are so many that you see and then lose touch with, and then for years, I just met somebody yesterday I hadn't worked with since rep, or being in a play. We did Boeing together years and years ago. It was so nice. It was so sad. It's so nice. I mean, it was at an audition, and you're very little time, and there he was, and we quickly shared memories, and then of course you're going in for an audition, so half your mind is for the audition.
And well, in terms of what happened to Prue, she gave up acting and she became She trained to be a doctor of psychology.
Oh,
She's now a psychologist at quite a nice London hospital, and I managed to find her via the press department of the hospital.
Great.
And
I mean, it's admirable. I'd love to see your interview. If you have a chance to see. I haven't seen Ian. And I guess I told him, I think maybe I did, but we had worked, my wife and I both worked with his mother in rep, one of our first reps in Cheltenham. Yeah, she was a well-known actress.
I wanted to mention, if I may, Colditz with David McCullum, Robert Wagner. Was that a fun show?
Yeah, that was lovely. David was very nice, very helpful. And I had a very nice part, but I think on that I learned, well, something maybe I learned too late. I don't know, but I remember Robert Wagner telling me, "Don't cry," he said. "It makes you look weak." Well, I mean, it was a very touching story, whatever it was. And I guess I used here, or I don't use them. They just come, and or they did, and he told me not to cry. And then somebody else, a lovely Irish actor, said, as I walked away from that, he said, "You just do what you bloody well want to do," and I said, "Well, it seemed natural to me," and he said, "Yeah." And then I went over to David or something. And David said, no, just be yourself. Do it. And so there was this whole business about crying. It came up again in another film. And then Chuck Heston said that, because I had a very touching scene with him as Anthony and myself as Eros, his servant, who has to kill him. And when he asks Eros to put the knife in. And Chuck said, there's a picture that Julian Glover, who you would know, Julian has a picture of me sitting on the curb in Madrid with Charlton Heston, having our plate of lunchtime, whatever it was. And Chuck was telling, I had just brought me back for a little pickup in his film, because he was directing it as well. And I was asking him, as I say, about the rushes and so on, and just asking him for some actorly advice. And I told him I was doing the lead part in this other film about the deserter. And he must have, in the course of the conversation, said, let the audience do the crying. Let them do the work. And my wife always tells me, look, it's better to hold back your tears. Hold it back and fight it. But I think in All My Sons, there was a scene at the end that's a devastating ending. And every day, every performance, there were teardrops on the stage, either from me or Rosemary Harris, who was my mother. Whatever. It was very easy, or it seemed to cry. Maybe I was sentimental, so I don't know. But maybe.
Yeah. And do you think actors make good directors? I suppose because they understand
They can be.
It can be.
Can be. I haven't worked with that many. Chuck was a wonderful mentor, director as well. Very kind and very proud of his cast and very supportive. And I think he was held back on that film, or not held back, but he maybe visually it's a bit old-fashioned. Maybe that it wasn't a great success, and I think he recognized it as well. But it was a wonderful cast, incredible English cast, Eric Porter and Hildegard Neal and so on. Great cast, and wonderful to meet all those terrific English actors who I was young and I didn't know them before, and just sit around the pool with Freddie Jones or Fernando Rey, and just to listen to them talk was just amazing to me. And we were in Spain. It was exciting.
I did meet Freddie Jones again at a convention. He was, very charming, very, very nice to talk to. Did you encounter Roger Delgado on that film?
Yes, I was going to mention Roger there. I mean, the first day, I went there into this hotel I know very well now in Almeria. I did know it. But Roger and Freddie, and they were all, Douglas Wilmer, they were all around the pool. And that's one of the epic, just to arrive and they listen to these guys just sitting in the sun talking. It was just an incredible start to working in film. It really was. Yeah, Roger, I'm not sure he didn't do something in The Message as well, because there were a lot of fine actors in The Message, and they all came out to Morocco and then Libya. I think he did. Anyway, I certainly liked Roger.
He certainly comes across as a very kind man from, talking to other people that worked with him on Doctor Who or Persuaders or things of that nature.
Lovely and great stature and presence. Wonderful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because of course the Doctor Who connection. Of course, he's certainly the ultimate master in people's minds. And of course, you have the distinction that not few actors have in terms of working on the original series and the new one. We did a lovely story with Matt Smith. Was it interesting to come back to a show that was so different, and was that a good experience?
Well, it was, and I didn't have a great deal to do, but again, Matt was he's such a clever guy, and it was fun. It was a great deal of fun, and also it was much more fluid. The whole method of filming had changed. I think he allowed much more liberty to make a mistake or change or do, and much more almost improvisational, because the camera is so quick and so good to follow you. The series I've just done with Ben Wheatley was especially fluid and exciting, because the cameraman, Nick, he would take that camera anywhere, under a chair, under a table, over above, and he was always with you. He had incredible legs like a weightlifter, because it was all camera on the shoulder. And so Ben's film, or this series coming out, I think is going to be a very fast and cleverly shot film. And Ben gives a lot of liberty to the actors as well. You can fool around and be as creative as you possibly can. And there's a very nice atmosphere on the set. That's so important, I think, to feel free to do that, to invent, to be spontaneous, and to be able to pitch in your own ideas and to do.
Yeah, that kind of atmosphere, I think, is crucial. What was Richard Attenborough very, very good at that kind of atmosphere on
Who?
set. Richard Attenborough.
Well, no, I mean, Richard is a very, very classical director, and I didn't do a lot. All the things I've done with Sir Richard were short, and so he knew exactly what he wanted and was, very charming and lovely with you. But it was pretty well. It was in very old style, and in terms of knowing what he wants, quickly getting it, and getting it well. And he's very good with actors, so he could spot things that weren't helping you at all, and gently remind you not to do it. No, I did two Cry Freedom. That's right, and Bridge Too Far, and then a voice job. I sort of did a baseball commentary in a chorus side, I think. Anyway, I remember just doing a voice job, pretending I was a baseball announcer. I did a lot of that kind of thing. Ambience, dubbing.
Yeah. And just touching on Spy Love Me, one more thing. Did Lewis Gilbert, the director, leave an impression, and Roger Moore? Any memories on those two?
And again, I had very little to do running around as the crewman, but we did, generally a group of this. So again, he a very kindly man. He sort of exuded kindliness, but I wasn't directed personally. I think he just said, all right, the crew does this, you pick up your gun, you go for that, and and a lot of that. Often they don't have time to deal with each individual crewman necessarily.
Yeah.
Now I've worked with such a wonderful Tony Scott, Ridley Scott, both of them. It's incredibly good experiences working with them, and entirely different, but one brother from the other.
And was Roger Moore quite amenable? He seems comfortable as such.
I mean, as a leader of a company, because he's so much fun. He was, and and friendly, and unassuming in a way. I mean, he knew his stature, he knew what he was about, and he had great ease with you and with everybody. Really, he was such a charming man. Yeah. Well, we've been lucky.
Oh, yeah. I think Roger's probably my favorite Bond because of that you associate the person behind the character, and I think it's probably my favorite Bond. Yeah. Just to start to wrap up. So what prompted your move from Canada to the UK? Was it just kind of where the work was, or?
No, well, I've been working at Canada's Ontario Stratford Festival doing Shakespeare, and all my early training and so on. I was at university, and I would go to Stratford and play generally very good parts. So I was rehearsing and then writing exams. I'd done Stratford for 6 years, and I was working with these wonderful actors like Paul Schofield, Chris Plummer, Bill Hutt, and so on, Dougie Rain, Kate Reid, all these wonderful actors. And I thought, I've got to get out into the business outside of Stratford, and I've got to learn, either go to New York or go to London. And we'd had wonderful teachers from London, from Lambda particularly, and from the Piccolo Teatro Theatre in he taught mime. So they gave us classes, the young actors at Stratford. And then they gave me an award named after Tyrone Guthrie, who I'd worked with when I was young as a child with Alec Guinness in Richard III. And anyway, I got the Tyrone Guthrie Award in 1 year, and that gave me enough money to come to England and kind of study with private teachers, which I did at Lambda, Bristol, and around the teachers I'd heard of with good, fine, terrific reputations. And then I was lucky enough to get a place in the Royal Court Theatre Studio, which was just starting under George Devine and Bill Gaskill, and wonderful teachers, Claude Chagrin and Mark Wilkinson and so on. So I had just had this incredible opportunity, and I stayed in London doing that, and then I went out to rep. So I thought I've got to just make some kind of a career here in London for a while, at least before I go back to Canada. But the career or whatever, the work continued, and I worked a lot in rep and on tour with a very good production of Shakespeare's Prospect Productions. And so then the films started to happen. If I hadn't kept working, I thought I'd better go back to Canada. But I never, I did. I've been back in Canada to do another season at Stratford in a shorter run of plays. And also I've done a couple of films and more there. So I don't like losing my association with Canada, but it's happened that way. And I've also worked all over so I've been able to work. And I thought, well, and then I have my family. And Liza wanted to stay here. She was trained here. So it was inevitable. We kind of settled here. And fortunately, England has been good to us. And I miss Canada enormously, but there we are.
That was, yeah, how it happens. Have you managed to work with your wife on stage? Do you occasionally work together, or?
We did in rep, but not so much on stage. No, in a funny way, not. We worked together occasionally on television because we played. She was my wife in Oppenheimer, or I was her husband in Oppenheimer. I played Frank Oppenheimer with the series BBC did. So yes, I've had that opportunity. She's a terrific voice artist. So, and I've directed her on occasion, but also she's done a heck of a lot of books and cartoons and games and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and she's been a terrific mother. So we've stayed, and as I say, you know, we've been very grateful.
You mentioned a gentleman called Chagua. I interviewed Julian, I believe, who might be his son for an Avengers. So I thought that was interesting. That, you know, 6 degrees of separation and all that. It was it Claudio that was? Did you say
Claude Chagua was, you know, a mime artist.
Yes, Julian followed in his father's footsteps. Yeah,
yeah, and she was part of this wonderful team of Yat Malmgren, who started the Drama Center, and Bill Gaskell, as I said. So, but Julian, I didn't know. And Doreen Cannon was another one who went on to the Drama Center. She was teaching method, if you like, or actor studio stuff. And so that was a really, and Keith Johnson, of course, who was teaching comic improvisation. And that was a terrific group to be able to be with. We would go, you'd pay a little money, and you'd go to Janetta Cochran Theatre and work. And if you got a job, you could go off and do your job, and you'd come back. And that went on for quite a while. And there were some lovely actors who came out of there. It just happened to be professionals working with professionals. It was a revelation, and especially to work with George Devine, who was the head of the Royal Court, for heaven's sakes, teaching mask. So incredible.
Did Christopher Plummer leave any kind of long-term memories for you?
Oh yeah, he was my model. He was my hero, and so yeah, I would watch him, and I think I'd hear his voice echoing in my ears for so many parts. Later, I found I encountered Chris working out in a small room of a stunt man who had a weight room. Chris was working out for, I think, the Royal Hunt of the Sun, or yeah, I think it was that. Anyway, he would come in and work in this tiny little gym, and I would follow him in, working my little scrawny self, because I knew I had to work with Charlton Heston. I better build myself up, and I had to help Chuck down the stairs or whatever. I had to build myself up and appear in a tunic. And Chris obviously was having to appear in loincloths or whatever, not to Wellflower or whatever, but what he was in. but I came across him, I met him again then. I was much younger, and I'm not a close friend at all, but I just admired him so much. And then at Stratford, I would be lucky enough to watch him rehearse, and I was in a lot of plays playing smaller parts with him. And so he echoes in my ear to this day.
Oh, that's wonderful. He's one of my favorite actors. Just to bring it full circle and just finish off on Batman again briefly. The two muggers in your scene is Christopher Fairbank and George Roth. Do those names ring a bell?
Yeah, of course. So Chris, when did I last see Chris? Oh, we were on a flight together to do a Wallander with Ken and Branagh.
Oh,
And,
yes.
Chris, well, we shared the caravan over what you call the Winnebago, on the Wallander. And yeah, he's a great guy, Chris. God, he's a powerful actor too. And I just realized, of course, when I had not watched a lot of Wiedersehen, Pat, but of course that established him, and he's just an incredible character, very funny and very on the ball. And he killed Liza, didn't he? I think on the Batman set. I think I don't know what to do.
Well, I think he
Or just threatened her.
it's interesting whether there was anything else shot, but in the scene, they just mug you and they leave. They leave and Liza screams and then it cuts to. So I think it's
Yeah. So Chris is a very threatening guy. He can be very threatening. I can see why Liza could scream, and Liza was always famous for her screams. And I've encountered Chris a number of times. So he's very much present. The other name I didn't know. Who was the other name? The other
George Roth, Roth.
No, I don't. Was he the other?
The other guy, yeah, the mugger, yeah.
Right. No, I don't think I encountered him again, but and I would have liked to have seen Mac. You had Mac McDonald on then.
I did. If you worked with Mac, it sounds like.
But a lot of the time, Mac, on voice jobs, and he was another of the dubbing group, and a very good actor. And so yeah, there's quite a lovely group of American Canadian actors that knew each other. We're all getting together for a reunion, a lot of us, in a couple of weeks for lunch. And it'd be fun to see them again. It's odd, you lose touch, people go their different ways.
I suppose that's the nice thing about being on the convention circuit as well. You're kind of picking up on conversations that you left off years ago, and it's a nice way to keep, because acting is such a transitional profession, isn't it? It's close contact, then you may never see people again. So it must be nice to have these events in your life.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I was working with actors I didn't know on the Ben Wheatley series, and it was we had spent endlessly. You make connections. You mention somebody and say, "Oh yeah, I worked with him in 1940, whatever," and then we're gone. And so endless, like mirrors shifting, and you catch each other in the mirror, and then it's like a whole chain of acquaintances. It's kind of fun. That I really enjoyed that.
And I must say, Christopher Fairbank is so good at playing villains. He's recently done a turn on EastEnders, and it's one of the most despicable characters you could ever. And
I bet he is.
And he does it so. And of course, probably one of the nicest people you could probably meet.
He's very nice, but he can be. I've seen him get very upset as well. So it can be frightening.
Yeah. It's one of those faces, I suppose. Did you ever find that you get kind of a little bit pigeonholed sometimes, and maybe?
Yeah. I mean, certainly as Americans, yeah. I mean, they're generally around a table or wearing a suit or a uniform, but there have been other times when it's much more, varied and interesting too.
Hmm.
I mean, I never, oh yeah, and you do it in the country. Just, I mean, we did a film in China, Simon Williams and Philip Jackson and so on. But just such a different experience. Doesn't matter if you're playing slightly similar. Well, I've never played a priest before until I did that. So it was an English priest in a Chinese setting. So there are so many experiences when you kind of look at it as a whole, you think, yeah, God, I've been very lucky to get there and there and there, and to be able to travel and in a way, you've got to thank Star Wars for a lot of the travel.
Mm.
And there are too. There's a whole network of people you meet on the traveling circuit that you eventually you don't know, maybe from Star Trek or from whatever. All kinds of other actors that you probably wouldn't. And my other business is directing audio, and I've met a lot of people directing them, doing readings or dramas on audio. And so it's such, I list them on our company's site, the actors that I've worked with and become friends with, some of them, and I've felt so privileged, such a variety. I worked just recently with Werner Herzog. Now, I would never have ordinarily, in the course of my life, probably have ever met Werner, but I've now had the privilege of working for quite a long number of hours doing his autobiography with him. He was in LA, I'm here. And then I worked on another story that he did. We recorded from Austria, and fascinating. But I've had so many readers to direct that I wouldn't have met in the court. Joan Collins was one of my first, never would have met Joan. So many. Yeah.
And I suppose you've been some big films. I suppose with Bond, you kind of knew Bond was going to be because of the films that went before it. But did it surprise you that things like Star Wars and Batman were so successful?
Yeah, and just the fact that it would continue so long. And within that, I mean, Eliza occasionally gets asked for this cartoon that we both did, but Liza particularly in Starfleet. There are people out there that like certain facets of or certain programs you've done that you've completely forgotten. That's fun when you meet them, and they're so enthusiastic, and they bring you pictures from, say, the Adventurer series I did. I can't believe it. People actually still know the Adventurer. And it's nice that there's this continuity in a way. It brings your past work into focus. You say, "Great, I did that." Yeah. And actors, I think, feel quite chuffed when somebody comes up with something from way in the distant past.
Oh yeah. I did an event with Frank Barry, who guest starred in one of your Adventurer episodes, and was it quite nice to have a regular series like that where you could sort of develop your character? Was it quite nice to do?
Well, it was really nice to have. It was quite a because I didn't work with Gene when Gene Barry went off back home or whatever. I was really working with my old friend Barry Morse. And Catherine Shell, the three of us sort of, and with Barry really taking the lead, and Catherine, and that was fun. It was really to have a series of programs to do was quite something for me at that stage. And a lot of it at Elstree, where we did quite a bit of Star Wars.
Yeah. So if I just finish off on Batman, were you a Batman fan as a kid? Was it something that you?
No, I wasn't. Nor was I. I wasn't into sci-fi. What there was of it, no. I've never been a fan in that sense, except of good acting or whatever. I've been mainly just doing it myself or doing what I could myself, and I haven't really. I'm just reading about famous Canadian pianist Glenn Gould, of course. And I'm just reading a play about him, and I'm thinking when he came to Stratford, he played at Stratford on a Sunday or Saturday, and he slept in a dressing room, and it was my dressing room. For some reason, they gave him my dressing room to sleep in, and I wiped the bed off. I was so thrilled to have this famous pianist using a cot in my dressing room, and I wiped it off and folded up the handkerchief or something and kept it. That was about the only starstruck fandom I think I indulged in, but it was I was aware of how much of a reputation he had. I wasn't a pianist, and I didn't know how much of a genius he was. But no, I'm not a fan generally.
And when you've done a film or TV show, are you interested to watch it at the time it comes out? So would you gone to see Batman, or gone to premiere, etc.?
Yeah, generally I am. I certainly liked the films that premieres I've gone to, and I will pretty well force myself to see some of the work. Yeah, I don't find it easy to go and watch stuff that I've done, but I think a lot of actors feel that way.
I think a lot of actors say the same. I think, as you say, things that are more further back, it almost like looking at somebody else, isn't it? So I suppose you're less worried about that. But some actors I've done things with don't want to see it.
Yeah.
You're
never satisfied. You think, oh shit, the rubbish.
Well, I suppose that's why a lot of actors prefer stage, because you get to do it every night. You get to change little things, and whereas a film, it's stuck there for forever, isn't it? So
yeah. Is that you or me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's me.
Oh,
sorry.
That's okay.
Oh no, I know what it is. It's my landline, which I don't use. Is that?
Oh, it's a very nice. Yeah, I don't see those anymore. Yeah, it's so nice about those old phones, isn't there? But well, the last question I had for you, when you work on something like Batman or Star Wars, where you've got sort of a good role, but not in, do you get the whole script, or you just sort of have your?
The terrible thing about Star Wars was that I got the whole script. It was sitting on the desk, and if I was doing a television play, and I brought it in, and I said, I don't understand what's going on here, but they've offered me this film. And then I said, I really don't understand it. R2 something, C what? But that script I lost. I don't know why or how. I think it might have been on the plane from Tunisia. I can't believe it would have happened then. But somehow or other, I cannot find that. I could never find that script after we'd all finished. And everybody, oh my God. Every page of that now is a treasure.
Oh, yeah. And finally, do you have a favorite project of your career, stage, TV, or screen, one that you're most proud of?
No, I've always loved working on film, but and recently the stage work is few and far between. As I tell you, I was lucky enough to be at the National recently, but I really like actually working with somebody else now. Down the line, like as I say, directing in a modest way what they're reading, and that I enjoy an awful lot. And directing generally, I've done quite a few dramas for Audible and Naxos and so on, and so but I enjoy that. But film, I always liked, and I've really enjoyed working on the Ben Wheatley program, Gen Z, it was called. Whether it's going to be called that when it comes out, I don't know. But that was fun. And I just liked being able to do it, because there was a lot of physical action. We were all running around Welsh Forest.
Yeah.
I'm glad I can still do it.
And do you have and what's your ambition going forward? Do you want to if it is a character or type of character?
I want to keep working for a start. I'm doing a book now on Formula One. I worked with directing Jerry Halliwell. It's a curious coincidence. I'm now doing a book on Formula One, and of course, she's connected to the head of Red Bull, connected in a very marital way. So yeah, I'm doing that. But acting wise, I have a small part again in a very nice little series coming up for Netflix. Not a series. I think it's maybe just, I don't know how many episodes it is. Maybe 4 or 5. On roughly the Civil War time. I can't say much more than that, but that's in Budapest. So yeah, and I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, yes, that sounds exciting. So do you have any final thoughts about Batman before we wrap up? How's it kind of sit in your body of work? Is it one of your
well, because I enjoyed it so much, and then later on worked with Tim in a very brief way and Charlie in the chocolate factory. So really, nice memories is what I carry from Batman, and Liza does too. And the fact that I was working with Liza, and the fact that it's the opening scene, and it was such a overpowering, physically exciting scene to be involved in. Yeah, I'm just nice memories. It's good to look back on. I didn't get a leather jacket from Jack. He ever worked with him, got a leather jacket, but because I didn't work with him, I was out of the picture, but I got his mane.
I spoke to Philip Tan, who did lots of stunts on and he had a crew jacket. Matt McDonald didn't get one, but he managed to wiggle one out of the costume department.
Oh my God, Mac! I'm going to get after him for that.
Yeah, but he had to be quite sort of inventive to get it. But I
don't know how he did that. I didn't get a jacket.
Yeah,
but I got a sweatshirt or something, or a T-shirt.
I think the hat is very distinctive.
Anyway, I got the hat
to have. And is it interesting being involved in these huge franchises like Batman and Star Wars and
well, it certainly is interesting for posterity, because you think well, it's still going on. It's kind of a ticket to ride, so yeah, I mean I enjoy it now. I didn't at the beginning, but you meet such sort of variety of people, and they're all generally appreciative. And you feel warm for a few days afterwards. That's the nice feeling.
Did you always want to do film, or because I know a lot had to start off at stage and then kind of accidentally get into it? But
I did I did a real early film, an early Western in Toronto as a late student, about 16, 17. And again, I was killed in that, but I mean, I get killed in a lot of films. But yeah, no, I loved that filming process, actually. Yeah. And I hope, I'd like to continue a little bit more.
Do you have a role that's been very challenging? Do you have anything that's kind of
all of them challenging,
but in different ways? Yeah.
I mean, on stage, I was given some nice opportunities, and I think when you're younger, it's slightly less daunting. But I haven't, I think, everything has its own challenges. There's no easy ride, really. And that's part of the fun, I guess, the struggle.
Oh yeah, yes. It's overcoming the challenges, isn't it? I suppose. Yeah. Well, I think that's probably a lovely note to end it on. Thank you very much, Garrick, for giving me so much of your time.
Thank you, and good luck with it. And I'd appreciate you having a peek at some of the work, as I said, that you mentioned.
I'll send it on to you.
Well, good luck to you, and thanks very much.
Well, thank you, and good luck with your project. It's been nice chatting to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.